for the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Thank you. Please be seated. Can we do the declarations? No, you're calling a recess. Okay. And okay. Thank you. So 7:05. So we're calling a recess. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Trustee Dawson, seconded by Trustee Chernos-Lynn. All in favor? And any opposed? We are now in recess until this room is cleared. And we are now in recess until the room is cleared. Thank you. Back in session. Thank you, everyone. So we've done the land acknowledgement. Do we have any, well, before I start, since we have, so many people in the room, in the space, just to give a friendly reminder of the expectations and the meeting norms of these board meetings and committee meetings. The expectations are that speakers are not interrupted when they're speaking. This is a meeting of the Program and School Services Committee. So we'll be going through the agenda. And the meeting norms is the expectation that we treat others with dignity and respect at all times, especially when there is a disagreement. And the discussion will be in the committee, and trustees who may be online or in the room are also able to ask questions at the point where questions are permitted by trustees. And the trustees who speak do have a timer that will be on. And as a chair, I'll be keeping a speakers list. So just to be clear about the meeting norms, no interruptions, respect is the expectation and the meeting norms. Okay, so the next agenda item. Okay. And also just another reminder that this meeting of the Program and School Services Committee is actually a continuation of the June 5th meeting. We didn't get through all the agenda items, so it's a continuation of that meeting. And because it's a continuation of that meeting, there are no oral delegations available at continuation of the meetings, but written delegations were accepted and they were submitted. And trustees do have those. So the next item on the agenda is declaration of possible conflict of interest. Do I have any declarations from any trustees? Okay, seeing none, we'll continue. And the next item is staff reports. And we're continuing with the report, Combating Hate and Racism Student Learning Strategy Update 2024. And we were just on our way through the speakers list. And Director Russell Rollins was the next speaker.
Thank you very much. Good evening through you, Chair. Since June 5th and prior to June 5th, we have certainly heard from many members of the TDSB community, including many of the people who are here this evening. We have heard from community members and are listening intently to their worries, their fears, and concerns, especially for their children's safety and well-being at school. Despite not hearing from delegates this evening, we are listening. We have continued to accept written delegations so that community voices can be heard, and we continue to read emails that concerned members of the community are sharing. We have heard from Jewish families about rising anti-Semitism and the implications of adopting a definition of anti-Palestinian racism that could encourage further anti-Semitism and anti-Israeli sentiments. We have also heard from Palestinian families about the erasure and invisibility that their children are experiencing in our schools. We have heard from many allies. It is important to be as clear as possible about the facts and to address misconceptions. The Combating Hate and Racism strategy applies to all students and is intended to build a sense of safety, respect, and inclusion in our schools. Staff are not recommending that the board reopen TDSB's equity policy to introduce or revise any definitions. The use of the term anti-Palestinian racism was an effort to create space for Palestinian students to feel safe and express who they are. It was not intended to diminish any other student's experience or identity. TDSB's efforts to combat discrimination against Palestinian students or staff does not correlate with an anti-Israeli sentiment or approach, nor is it a position on geopolitical issues. We will continue to combat all forms of anti-Semitism. Our equity work must include all equity-seeking groups, including Jewish staff and students. We are against any form of hate and racism, and it has no place in our schools. We will continue to create safe spaces for Jewish, Israeli, Palestinian, Muslim, Christian, Arab, Black, Indigenous, Asian, South Asian, and 2S LGBTQ+ students, and all of our students. Our schools are places where we expect respectful conversations and welcome different perspectives. If what happens in classrooms crosses into hate speech, harassment, bullying, or discrimination, we have mechanisms to address those behaviors, including in our Caring and Safe Schools policy and human rights policy. Our standard and aspiration for our behavior must be higher than our policies. As educators, we always start from a place of affirmation and respect, and how student identities can be positively represented in everything we do in schools and in our workplaces. That is why the first pillar of our multi-year strategic plan is belonging. This was intentional and grounds our work and our goal of academic achievement and thriving for every student. Our classrooms and schools must teach respect and dignity, especially when we disagree, and especially now. We must honor the humanity of every child. Our goals have always been and will continue to be to build community, to foster intercultural knowledge and understanding, to learn to empathize with the pain felt by others, to challenge the bias that leads to acts of racism and hatred, and to educate our students so that they can contribute to a safer, more inclusive, and just world. We want all our students and children to belong, achieve, and thrive. We are asking the board to refer the strategy back to staff for a re-envisioning in a manner that is consistent with the belonging pillar of the multi-year strategic plan, and to affirm and respect our students' identities. We have begun good work in collaboration with our communities on these strategies. However, it's time to envision our approach to a positive framework that starts from the strength and pride in who we are individually and collectively, and to create a strategy with which educates students about preventing hate and racism through learning in the classroom, respects the diverse identities of our students and staff, and upholds dignity and respect when there are differing perspectives in our schools, creates respectful global and digital citizens, continues to identify and address systemic manifestations of racism and other forms of discrimination, and lastly, and importantly, reinforces all students' fundamental right to be free from discrimination. Let us continue to build on the important work that has been done with multiple community strategy to date. Their feedback will play an important role in informing our new approach. Schools and indeed boardrooms must be places where we build community. Dignified discussions are possible. It won't be perfect every day. We acknowledge that there is considerable work to do. This is important, essential, and courageous work that requires all of us to be leaders. We invite the community into helping us achieve this goal. Without you, it is not possible. If this is what we truly want, we have to work together to act in ways that affirm the right of every child, to be in school, be who they are, and to find respect, care, and love while they receive the education that they need to build the future they want. This is our opportunity for us to show what coming together as a community and having dignified discussions can look like tonight and every night moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director Russell Rollins. The next person I have on the speakers list, Trustee Cherno-Slin.
So I wonder if we can put the motion for referral on the screen. Okay, thank you. I'd be happy to speak to it first, and then I know others may wish to speak to this as well. Thank you. So there's a motion on the screen to send this strategy back to staff for re-envisioning in a manner that is consistent with the belonging pillar of the multi-year strategic plan to affirm and respect student identities. And I just want to express my appreciation to Director Russell Rollins for putting this forward and presenting it to us in a way that is reflective of the feedback that we've heard from thousands of people in the last week and a half. I have received, and I'm chair of the board, so maybe I've received more emails than other people, but I've received over 6,000 emails that I have yet to open. I've had many more than that I have opened, and many that I have answered. I have not answered every email. I have simply not had the time or the bandwidth. But I do want to say that I appreciate everyone who has taken the time to write, because I know that it comes from a place of care about public education, care about our students, care about our city, care about our country, and care about the way forward for all of us. And it comes from a place that is, I know, of pain on all sides. I have received emails that run the gamut of every perspective and new perspectives coming in each and every day. I represent a riding, many students who are Palestinian, and many students who are Jewish, and many students who are Armenian, and many students who are Russian, and many students who are Asian, from all different Asian countries, including my own children, who their dad is from Taiwan. And I have multiple identities as well. So I want to express to the community who's here that it is deeply important to me that every single child who walks into our schools needs to feel affirmed in who they are. They need to feel safe, they need to feel secure, and they need to feel a sense of belonging. And that is deeply embedded in our multi-year strategic plan that I'm very proud of that we just passed. So I really wanted to reflect on the fact that what I think was missing from this report was acknowledgement of the rise of anti-Semitism that we have seen. This report was originally supposed to come at the same time as the bias, hate, and racism portal, the RBH portal data, and the human rights report. And I think if it had come at the same time, there would have been more context for this report. But the fact that this report, please just let me finish, the fact that this report came on its own without that correlation about the rise in anti-Semitism, the addition of anti-Palestinian racism without explanation of what that was and what staff were thinking, I think has caused a lot of concern, fear, questions, and I think even more than that, when I think of the best reports that we get as trustees, they always tie back to how this applies in a classroom. How does this apply in a school setting? When we get a mathematics report or a literacy report, we get insight into how the strategies staff are employing are happening in a classroom. What was absent from this report for me was what happens when a student discovers they go into a bathroom and there's graffiti, there's a swastika. What happens in that case? How do we handle it? What happens when a child's hijab is ripped off? What happens if a Palestinian student identifies as Palestinian and another kid teases them and calls them a terrorist? These are things that happen in our schools, and I know that because they come through as a trustee. I hear about those things. These are things that we don't want happening in our schools. We want all kids to feel a sense of belonging. We want them to feel included. We want them to feel respected. We want them to feel comfortable in who they are. I can tell you that growing up in the TDSB, I went to a high school in the TDSB. I was one of the only Jewish kids in my neighborhood and at my high school, and I hid my identity. I don't want any child in the TDSB to feel that they have to hide their identity. And by the same token, I want them to encourage their friends not to hide their identity. And I want them to meet friends from other cultures and other places. That's what makes the world, and I think particularly Toronto and the TDSB, so special. That's why I send my kids to TDSB schools, because we do have a mix of cultures. We learn from each other, and we make for a much more interesting and wonderful society because we all learn from each other, we all come together, and we all build. So I just want to say thank you for staff, and I hope trustees will support this. Thank you.
Were you moving that? Do you have a mover and a seconder?
I think I have two people across the room.
Okay, so moved by trustee Chernos Lynn and seconded by trustee Dawson. Now we're going to open the discussion. So I'm looking to see if there's a speakers list, see if there are any speakers. Trustee Loka Rotman.
Just a quick procedural question before I start. If I'm speaking on referral, Do I still get to ask all the questions that I have of the report? No, I don't.
We're on referral.
We're on related to referral.
We're
Okay.
on referral.
So I have 7 pages of notes that I've prepared between the meeting 2 weeks ago and the meeting tonight. Let me see how I can frame this as a referral. I mean, I wanted to start by just saying how important it is that we are having this conversation, grateful for the opportunity to continue to ask questions. And I really wanted to thank our audience members for being here today. Whether you are a TDSB student, parent, teacher, alumni, or community member, your voice matters. I know that a lot of you were disappointed that we were not taking oral delegations this evening, but I want you to know that we are hearing you. I am hearing you. Your voice matters. Thank you for being here. I'm listening, and I think staff are listening too. So speaking on referral, as I mentioned at the previous meeting, I'm deeply disappointed in this report for 2 main reasons. Firstly, that this report was completely silent on the unprecedented rise of anti-Semitism that Jews in Toronto are experiencing since October 7th, documented both in Toronto police statistics and our own TDSB data. And secondly, that the introduction of an anti-Palestinian racism strategy without data, without public consultation, without proper consideration of the impact, and without any mention of a plan to combat anti-Israeli racism, which I know is prevalent in our board, is overtly political, needlessly divisive, and does not contribute to a school system where everyone feels safe and is welcome. By including APR in such an obscure manner after listening to a small but loud group of agitators in place of data or public consultation, my fear is that it will be, again, weaponized to target Jewish and Israeli TDSB families moving forward as it has in the past. And as I mentioned at the last meeting, I speak from very personal experience on this issue. And I'm going to circle back to that. One of the things that I really wanted to address tonight, in previous meetings, I wanted to address something that we heard in previous delegations. We heard a lot of misinformation at previous meetings about the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism. Several delegates at previous meetings have asserted that the IRA definition is problematic because it labels anyone who criticizes Israel as anti-Semitic, and this categorization of IRA is completely false. The IRA definition is actually very clear that criticism of Israel, the same way one would criticize the Canadian government, for example, which I know many of us in this room do often, is not inherently anti-Semitic, but rather that demonizing or delegitimizing Israel's right to exist does in fact cross the line into anti-Semitism. The only reason I see for someone to be opposed to the use of the IRA definition is if they are opposed to Jewish self-determination and wish to advocate for the destruction of the world's only Jewish state. I would also like to remind my colleagues that the IRA definition is the definition formally adopted by our provincial and federal governments. The federal government is currently working on a handbook for interpretation and application of the IRA definition, led by Canada's Special Envoy in Combating Anti-Semitism, Deborah Lyons. If I were asking questions of staff on the report, I would be asking if staff was aware of this handbook that's coming. It's supposed to be published June or July, sometime soon, hopefully. And hopefully, if this is referred back to staff, I hope that staff would consider how they plan to incorporate this guidebook to help the board apply the IRA definition at the TDSB. The TDSB has an obligation to ensure that all children, no matter their background, religion, culture, race, ethnicity, or home country, feel safe and secure in the school environment. And I strongly feel that wading into difficult geopolitical issues is moving us in the wrong direction away from that goal. I'm concerned about the introduction of an APR strategy without sufficient due diligence, study, and analysis of its serious implications, and without the opportunity for broader consultation. My first concern is that APR is being introduced in this report without a clear understanding of its definition. And we've heard from staff that they do not intend to include a definition. So my concern is that by not defining APR, you create a void which leaves it up to interpretation. So every school, teacher, administrator is supposed to decide for themselves. Most people will likely default to the definition proposed by the Arab Canadian Lawyers Association, especially because this is the definition being pushed by partisan activists. While I'm a firm believer in a two-state solution and acknowledge the suffering of both Israeli and Palestinian people, I'm very concerned about a definition of racism that includes disagreeing with Palestinian narratives. As I understand it, this is part of the definition of APR as set out by the Arab Canadian Lawyer Association. Narratives are stories. Narratives are interpretation of fact. They are not facts in and of themselves. In a free and democratic society, people must be able to hold and share differing narratives.
Thank you, Trustee Loka-Rothman. Your time has expired.
Thank you. Can I go back on the list, please? I'll go back on the list. I'll go back on the list. I get 5
I'm going
minutes.
to
and I
ask
can go
for
back on the
order
list.
in the room. The meeting is conducted in compliance with our bylaws and our meeting norms. The next speaker, Trustee Dawson.
I struggle to find words to express my heartfelt sadness for the profound grief of students and families in light of the events that are unfolding. I wish to offer my condolences to all of those affected by the tragic loss of life and human suffering resulting from the ongoing violence in the Middle East. The situation is deeply distressing as many students and families in my ward, Ward 9, and across our board have loved ones there. I recognize that many within our communities hold various political viewpoints. My personal position is that school boards should strive to validate and honor the experiences of all children, our students. We have received many emails, phone calls, and delegations from Jewish families sharing that their children have felt unseen, unheard, and invalidated regarding their experiences with anti-Semitism. We have heard from Palestinian families sharing that their children have felt unseen, unheard, and invalidated regarding their experiences with anti-Palestinian racism. In our schools, we teach children to hold values of peace, safety, mutual respect, and care. We promote inclusivity, respecting and honoring our differences, united in our care for each other. We teach our children that discrimination against Palestinians, anti-Semitism, and any form of hate is not tolerated. When the Combating Hate and Student Learning Strategy reports were released, there was no tie-in to the increased levels of discrimination and hate faced by our communities, whether rooted in quantitative or qualitative data. While many are looking to data to substantiate the needs for specific strategies, what I see behind many of these viewpoints is an ask to support a binary outlook to a geopolitical conflict that ultimately leaves some students behind. I believe the direction of our board should be to validate, honor, and affirm all student identities. I believe our students when they say they have faced anti-Semitism. I believe the accounts of anti-Palestinian racism. I do not believe that the student experience of these forms of discrimination are mutually exclusive. Some of the public are encouraging us to see these issues in a binary way, but an overall strategy for combating hate should not feed into a binary outlook. It should exist to affirm all students' identities, irrespective of what they are. This report, although meant to address all forms of racism, bias, and hate impacting or involving students, comes at a time where any decision we as trustees make will be perceived to be a personal value statement on a current geopolitical conflict. I cannot, in good conscience, play into that. I do not feel that one person's lived experience negates another. And this is not just about two forms of hate. It is a plan to create a strategy that addresses all forms of hate that exist and impact students in their own unique ways. The way this report is presented is totally disjointed and has created mass public confusion where the rampant spreading of disinformation only causes harm to our children. I don't feel that the current Combating Hate report honors the experiences faced by our kids. I am going to vote to refer back the report to staff as the director has requested because I don't think it is as fulsome as it needs to be. It does not provide substantive enough plans to address forms of hate cited within it. I wholeheartedly agree with the director's position that we need a strategy that centers student belonging. To those of you listening, I want you to know that referring the report back to staff does not negate or dismiss the lived experiences of Palestinians. We are not voting today on whether or not to include anti-Palestinian racism in our strategy. It is already in our strategy and has been for 3 years. It is not coming out. That is not the point of referral. I support the inclusion of a more robust strategy for combating anti-Semitism in our school board at a time where anti-Semitic incidents in our communities and schools have reached an all-time high. I find it unacceptable that this was not acknowledged in the current iteration of the report and would like to see staff do better. We cannot ignore the rise in anti-Semitism, the heightened levels of fear in our Jewish communities, and the impacts these things have on our children. I have to say, this is the most stressful position I have ever been in, as the last thing I want to do is make any community feel like I don't care about them. I do. I want to see a strategy that centers student belonging.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. The next speaker on the list, Trustee Shen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, I just have a few questions to staff. Firstly, I wanted to understand if the staff think whether the report, the way it's presented, was inadequate, or whether the work that's being done by the staff in the equity department as inadequate.
Through the chair, I said in the previous meeting that the report does not fully represent what is happening in our schools to combat anti-Semitism or to address so that the public can see what actually is happening in classrooms.
So through you, Madam Chair, I'm just trying to struggle a little bit with re-envisioning the work or re-envisioning how the report is presented. Because those are two different things. If the work is being done and did not get reflected in the report, then that is in terms of presentation and report. But I wanted to go back to the director through you, Madam Chair, since it's been mentioned a few times that the director is asking for this to be referred to have a re-envisioning of the work. I want to understand what that means. Is the director uncomfortable with some of the way equity work is undertaken now that is being proposed to be changed, or is if the director, through you, Madam Chair, could clarify what re-envisioning would look like?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, we are proposing that we re-envision or recreate the strategy so that it is a strategy of how we create affirmation of student identities in this global context, working through a strategy, and I believe I've shared this on multiple occasions to the board, that looks at how we fight different forms of discrimination and racism in classrooms, requires a tremendous amount of education as well as understanding of the lived histories of different communities. In this context, I simply don't believe that we can get to a point where there is consensus and we can move together as a community, looking at the histories of people on land and geopolitical movements in a way that is sufficient and comprehensive enough to not marginalize any group of students. So in counter to that, we are looking at how we create a strategy of belonging and affirmation by centering how students talk about their experiences, whether that's the who am I that students seem to do in kindergarten and then again in grade 4 and then again in high school in some activities, and being able to express who they are and who their families are, and for us to create opportunities for students to better understand each other and to ask questions and to demonstrate compassion, and where they disagree with each other because their experiences are different, that we're able to do that in a way that actually respects each other. And I believe that that is ultimately more achievable. It is where most of our staff want to be and are trying to be in the orientation of their teaching, and it's where we as a world, I think, really need to be starting in our classrooms.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to, I mean, consensus is a great thing when achieved, and I understand that we should strive for consensus. But I wanted to ask through you, Madam Chair, to the director. We've had many introduction of human rights related work within the school board where we've had we have not had a possibility of having everyone on board. How does decision making happen around supporting our children, supporting our communities, even in light of opposition, if it's the right thing to do?
Through the chair, could I ask for a little bit more elaboration on the question, please?
So would re-envisioning this work necessitate that we need to have consensus within our TDSB community to act on human rights related work?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, human rights work happens through our human rights department. Our work of affirming and respecting students and creating positive learning spaces for them happens through a number of different vehicles. We are not naive that we are going to get consensus about everything that is said in classrooms or every learning experience set out by a teacher. What this strategy will do, though, is shift the orientation from defining what is hate to how we help our students to understand each other by sharing their experiences and making connections to their learning.
For you, Madam Chair, we heard from our human rights report that incidents of anti-Semitism has been on the rise, significantly high, and we hear concerns about the need to address it in a meaningful way. So having a strand in our combating hate and racism strategy that focuses on anti-Semitism, wouldn't that be an effective way to focus and create resources, create PD to address the concerns that are being raised? Or is it better to not have specific strategies?
Through the chair, perhaps it is possible to have specific strategies. I'm suggesting to you that a way forward that most of our educators and staff are already equipped to do and could more easily do with the support of our equity team, which does very good work, is to be able to create opportunities for students to share who they are and what their families' lived experiences have been in meaningful ways, and to create a culture of understanding, compassion, and respect in understanding who we are and how our experiences are shaped by our identities.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I wanted to ask about the concept of anti-Palestinian racism and how long has the school board utilized or mentioned or deliberated on anti-Palestinian racism according to the director's knowledge or any of the senior staff's knowledge, and just the period of time that we've been working on or deliberating on anti-Palestinian racism.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I think the term has been used sporadically over the last 3 years with the intention of not looking at a particular definition, but as a signal of acknowledgement to the experiences that our staff and students have shared, and looking for ways to create the conditions and or resources for students' identities to be better understood in our classrooms and in our system.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, thank you, Director. Through you, Madam Chair. Thanks to all the staff who worked on this report. I completely agree the report is not adequate for multiple reasons, including the fact that it did not address the level of anti-Semitism that we are seeing within our schools, within the society, and did not adequately address ways in which it will address anti-Palestinian racism. And I've been generally critical that we need to do more in many of these areas. Having said that, the staff within the anti-racism, anti-oppression team have worked very hard to continue to advance these work despite many pressures against these programs, against these initiatives, globally and locally. And we were looking forward to having the staff work on addressing these concerns with a 2-year plan, as you remember hearing from them, that with this report being received, they would start working on a plan and working on doing a bit of a concrete strategy that could actually be measured as well, which will address many of the concerns we are talking about. My sense was that sense of belonging was always part of this work. When we heard our reports around anti-Black racism and heard about the Center of Excellence for Black Students Achievement, sense of belonging was key concept in that. And we see that in the Indigenous education concept as well. So I don't think it's a new thing. I think it's an enhancement that we could work definitely on. So I would strongly encourage folks to receive the report and enhance it with additional motions or additional things that we need to do, including a stronger position and stronger stand on addressing anti-Semitism. But it's important to receive the report and continue the work and stay the course that we are staying in. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. Jan? The next speaker, Trustee King.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I have great respect for the remarks and the perspective of the director, of my trustee colleagues, and of the TDSB community that I've heard from. I've given very serious consideration to what it means to refer this report versus what it means to receive it. And I want to share some of my thinking and my own perspective. I feel that the report captures some of the very important work that has been undergone and some of the progress that has been made to combat hate, while also highlighting glaring concerns and opportunities that need considerable attention. I think both the content of the work and the presentation of it would be improved by stronger correlation to what is evidenced in the race bias and hate portal reports, like the alarming rise of anti-Semitism, the prevalence of homophobia, and the constant occurrences of anti-Black racism. It would also benefit from the evidence of impact through educator and student reflections. At the same time, I think that we ought to be careful about relying on the portal data to justify the need for work in any particular area, knowing that not all identities are captured and not all incidents are reported. There are also experiences of racism and bias that are not captured by the portal nor by human rights complaints, but they exist structurally and are very much felt by students. This is the Black child who sees that they are over-disciplined compared to non-Black students. This is the one First Nation student in a school who becomes the subject of mockery during a multiculturalism assembly. Or this is the Jewish or Palestinian or lesbian student who feels unsafe to share their identity and discouraged from sharing their lived experience in their schoolwork. I think there'd be great benefit in respecting the different experiences of racism and hate, while also generating greater focus on common experiences and themes of belonging, displacement, and othering. As an example, I've seen how Tibetan students in Parkdale identified with the experiences of Palestinians and spoke intelligently about their own experiences, and how newcomers from Ukraine and from Mexico, sitting side by side, might find relation to each other. I think that we can look ahead with honesty about the improvements that are needed, and even pivot in strategy without diminishing the important work that is documented in this update. When I was at the Envision conference, I saw over 300 largely white-presenting 2S LGBTQ+ students and allies learning from racialized and trans speakers and workshop presenters that were very intentionally centered in that event. And when I was at the Black Student Alliance showcase, I heard elementary kids share in their own words how meaningful it was to be together, to be leaders in their schools, tackling the use of the N-word and implementing their ideas. Recently, I was encouraged when parents from my ward told me how Toronto Jewish families and Toronto Palestinian families have been meeting with staff since 2021, and how the naming of anti-Palestinian racism was felt to be the first concrete thing to come out of those conversations. So I don't think that we should discredit this progress, and I fear that referral will do exactly that, in addition to sending a chilling effect through the system where this is perceived as permission to slow down or to stop. I think that we can receive the update. At the same time, we should absolutely be asking why so few staff are doing the professional learning on anti-Semitism that has been offered. Why the ministry did not grant the request for a dedicated course code that would allow more secondary students to access the Deconstructing Anti-Black Racism course. How do we share learning and build capacity among our superintendents, principals, and teachers when they vary in political acuity, coaching abilities, and classroom practices? How do staff do better to make all of this work have meaningful traction in ways that are respectful of our differences, yet not divisive, and within the resources
asking for
available
order.
to us?
If there is disruption in the room, I will need to call a recess. If there's disruption in the room, we'll need to call a recess and clear the room.
I'm going to use my last few seconds, if that's okay.
You had okay.
Yeah.
So you were, can you go back on recess?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Trustee King. The next speaker, Trustee Lokaratne. You were back on the list.
Thank you. So just to continue where I left off. So the definition of, without defining it, within that void, the definition of APR is so broad that it could be used to punish teachers and students for disagreeing with Palestinian narratives, stories about historical events and geopolitical issues. This APR definition goes well beyond ensuring equity and protecting against discrimination and harassment, and could be used to silence all voices in opposition to a particular narrative. And who decides what is the correct narrative? How is it possible for TDSB administrators, teachers, and students to become the arbiters of what is or is not a correct narrative? Opposing and differing narratives may be upsetting, but they cannot and should not give rise to discrimination and hate. It is the obligation of our public school system to teach children to be tolerant of different perspectives of narratives, and this definition of APR does the opposite. My next concern is about data, or in this case, the lack thereof. Page 4 of the report indicates that APR was brought forward in response to community voices. Why are we not using meaningful data to inform our work? Anti-Semitism is skyrocketing, and not only is this report silent on that completely, but staff looked at our data showing that anti-Semitism has risen by 300% in the last 2 years and said, no, let's ignore that. Instead, now's the time to include APR unilaterally with no mention of anti-Israeli racism. Why? Why are we singling out a single nation for an anti-racism policy when our city and public school systems serve students and families from many different nations? When do we get to see this anti-Semitism strategy? Is it being prioritized in light of the unprecedented wave of anti-Semitism that Toronto is experiencing? And does staff have an estimated timeline for this? Sorry, am I allowed to ask questions of staff? Am I allowed to ask questions of staff? Okay.
It's a question.
Sorry, through the chair, does staff have an estimated timeline for us to see this strategy to combat anti-Semitism?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, if the referral back to staff is not successful, there will be strategies will come forward in the fall.
Okay.
I'm
Would
going to
the,
ask for order in the room. Trustee Loco-Rothman.
would the board be consulting Jewish organizations as a part of this process?
Through the chair, staff have been consulting Jewish organizations in the development of the anti-Semitism strategy.
Okay. In a previous meeting, a member of the public who came here to delegate took a picture of myself and another Jewish trustee and circulated it on social media, accusing us of being pro-genocide. Will this anti-Semitism strategy address the modern forms of anti-Semitism that we are experiencing, including anti-Israeli racism and anti-Zionism?
Through the chair, yes, this strategy will address modern forms of anti-Semitism. I also want to point to other mechanisms, such as the human rights policy, in which forms of discrimination and hate, including anti-Semitism, are responded to through this board.
A recent survey from February of 2024 in the Canadian Jewish Studies Journal found that 91% of Canadian Jews affirm a core Zionist principle of Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state, with 6% being unsure and only 3% being opposed. For a community as non-monolithic as the Jewish people, this is an astonishing consensus over Zionism. It shows how fringe and unrepresentative several delegates were at our previous meetings. Despite how vocal they are, it shows that when you attack Zionists or Zionism, you are attacking 9 in 10 Canadian Jews, demonstrating the pressing need for our board to address anti-Zionist hate and countering anti-Zionism strategy. It also highlights the risks associated with listening to loud voices in place of meaningful data. By including APR in this report with no definition and no meaningful data, the board has opened the door for the conversation to be defined by a vocal fringe of anti-Israel activists pushing a problematic definition that has already been used to target myself and could easily be used to target other Jews and Israelis in the TDSB. Many of you know that in 2021, I was targeted by a malicious code of conduct complaint in which accusations of APR were weaponized to silence my criticism of learning materials that contained glorification of terrorism and anti-Semitism. Just last week, emails were received about a tweet from the TDSB's Jewish Heritage Committee that was retweeted by a Jewish trustee. The tweet was a photo of 50,000 Jews in Toronto participating in the UGA's annual Walk with Israel, which is a 55-year-old community tradition. The tweet read, "Over 50,000 people walking together for peace and unity." Several emails were received last week claiming that this tweet was an example of anti-Palestinian racism. This is a refreshingly transparent demonstration of how anti-Palestinian racism can be weaponized against Jews here on our board. There is nothing wrong nor racist about the 50,000 Jews and allies who gathered on June 9th in solidarity with each other and half of the world's Jewry who live in Israel. There's nothing wrong with being a proud Jew who has a deep connection to their ancestral homeland. And in fact, this statement describes the vast majority of Canadian Jews. Fringe activists do not get to police Jewish identity or expression, but these emails were a very clear attempt to do just that and shows exactly where the activists pushing for this intend for us to end up. And for the
Trustee
record,
Loco-Rothman, your time has expired. Trustee Earhart, you're next on the speakers list. And this is on the motion that's in front of us, referral. It's on the screen, it's on the slide.
Thank you very much, and I hope you can hear me okay. I'm on the screen.
Yes, we
I
can
don't
hear
have
you.
prepared remarks. The more I hear, the more I wonder if it truly matters whether we accept or refer. I put that out there because it feels to me like the work is ongoing, irrespective to affirm all identities. Though I respect that what the director has put forward has been a proposal to go back to look at affirming identity and belonging. And that really resonates with me, that the role of Toronto District School Board must necessarily be one that affirms of all identities of children. I wanted to, like, in grounding me for what I've been receiving by way of comment from community, and also for motions being put forward, I have really turned to the Convention on Rights of the Child, an imperfect document, but what we have to guide how we honor children and the kind of experience that they have a right to at school. And Article 2 always stands out to me. I thought I would read it, to respect and ensure the rights to each child without discrimination of any kind, irrespective of the child's or his or her parents or legal guardians' race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national, ethnic or social origin, property, disability, birth, or other status. And then also shall take all appropriate measures to ensure that the child is protected against all forms of discrimination or punishment on the basis of the status, activities, expressed opinions, or beliefs of the child's parents, legal guardians, or family members. So this is something that I offer as an imperfect offering, that we are speaking about children and their experience at school, not the views per se of adults. And so I want to offer the importance of trauma-informed approaches. What children are seeing on the news, what they are seeing on social media, what they are experiencing in their families is around death and destruction. And that's irrespective. That's irrespective of family origin. The stories we hear from Palestinian children around loss of lives need to be honored and heard in Toronto schools. Similarly, the stories heard from Jewish children with a strong affiliation to Israel or Israeli children around loss are valid. They're all valid and need to be honored at school. So I just simply wanted to put that out there. What I'm hearing in my imperfect knowledge and context of this is that that this is incredibly complex for staff to navigate at a school level, and that anything put forward needs to be reasonable for staff in schools all day with children. And so I put that out there. I also want to flag that what I've heard from community by way of the comments we've received, there's one that really sticks to me that I want to speak to, that I've heard, not of every of the thousands of messages we received, but enough that I think it bears mention, is I heard in some messages a comment, how many Palestinians are there anyway in our schools? And I wanted to challenge that concept, regardless of this, if this report is accepted or rejected. I don't think numbers should matter when we're speaking about human rights. So I found that a challenging perspective that I heard back from community, a problematic perspective. I think we need to get with honoring children in their identity. And I wanted to convey that very clearly tonight, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. I'm not seeing any further speakers. Oh, excuse me, Trustee Lokarotman.
Thank you. For the record, I was at the walk, and it was a beautiful display of love, unity, and peace in celebration of Toronto Jewry, which I nor anyone else need to apologize for. My question, what steps are staff taking to ensure that if this report is passed, that APR will not result in similar politically motivated targeting of Jewish and Israeli students, teachers, and families in the TDSB?
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much. Through the chair, we have heard the concerns of community with respect to the definition. I want to be clear. For 3 years, I have spoken about the limitations of definitions. Our work must be shifted to not denying that anti-Semitism or discrimination exists against Palestinian or Black or queer students in our system. Our primary focus must be on creating spaces of understanding where our students' identities can be expressed and understood and respected. So we have heard that there are concerns about how anti-Palestinian racism is framed. Respectfully, our students who identify as Palestinians are only asking for the opportunity to say their name, to describe their family's experiences, and for that to be heard, not agreed with, but to be heard and respected as all other students' experiences should be heard and respected in our classrooms. That is what this strategy will represent.
So I absolutely agree that all students' identities should be respected. That has to include Israeli families as well. And I think that if you're going to go down the road of APR, it cannot be without an anti-Israeli racism strategy as well.
Through the chair, if I may add, the referral back to staff is a different orientation that of course includes Israeli students. It is not a strategy that is a identity by identity specific strategy. It is foundationally how we create opportunities for every student to express themselves. That is the shift between the referral back to staff and what it is you are seeing in the report in front of you.
Thank you so much for that clarification. The next section of my notes was actually to go through the report. I had a lot of questions about the report itself. The first thing I noticed in looking at this report and the original report that came to us in 2022, the original report came to board for approval, and this report that contains substantial changes is coming to us for receipt and not approval, and I'm wondering if staff can clarify why that is.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, the original report was an adoption of a strategy. This was considered to be an update and wholly consistent with the ways in which we'd been describing the work that we were attempting to do through various reports that have been presented to the board. We recognize that the isolation of anti-Palestinian racism without the kind of explanation that we have offered has raised significant concerns, particularly in light of the rise of anti-Semitism and the ways in which the definition of anti-Palestinian racism has been recorded by different groups.
Thank you. On page 2 of the report, under caregiver engagement.
Trustee Lokarotman, are you speaking to the referral? Where the motion in front of us is the referral of the report.
Right, but I never got an opportunity to ask questions about the report, and I think it's important to understand, right? We're saying either we're referring it back and not moving forward, we're going to get something totally different, but if we're not, I have a lot of questions.
If you give me a moment, I just want to check in with governance.
Thank you.
Okay, just clarifying the question. So it is on referral, but you're asking if it's a totally, just clarify your question, please.
Look, this report has been weighing on my head for the last 2 weeks, and I have a lot of questions that have been ruminating in my head, and I'd really like the opportunity to ask the questions respectfully.
So what's on the floor right now is the motion that's on the screen.
Okay, I will jump ahead to my conclusion then. Everyone deserves to bring their full selves to the classroom. I think we all believe that. And that has to be inclusive of Palestinian, Israeli, Muslim, and Jewish students. However, I'm concerned that staff have underappreciated the intent of activists to use the classroom, to use this outside the classroom as a means to target, harass, and censor those on the board that have contrary views to their narrative on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, principally criminalizing those that believe in two states for two peoples. This is a direct quote from the TDSB website in the human rights section. Intention versus impact. Intention is not required for discrimination to occur. Discrimination is often, though not always, unintentional. What matters is the result or impact of the action, inaction, or rule. Discrimination is often subtle and requires a nuanced analysis. While staff may have had good intentions here, we cannot ignore the very real impact that this report will have by politicizing and polarizing our TDSB community. You'll have already seen in the thousands of emails that we have received and how full the room and the hallway and the room down the hallway is tonight. So I'm asking my colleagues, please consider the impact that this report is already having on our Jewish students, teachers, and families, as witnessed by the turnout here this evening. And let's give staff the opportunity to get this right and allow the TDSB to continue to be a welcoming place for everyone. Thank you.
Trustee Rajagula-Singham.
Thank you to the chair. I want to thank our director first for her words and for always bringing it back to those who matter the most and the reason why we're all here, our students. And in those, and in particular, those who continue to face different forms of racism and discrimination. I want to thank staff for their work. I know this strategy took a few years to get to where it is today. I'm reflecting on when this was conceived and the kind of environment that we were in as a school board. And I was very proud to see this multi-pronged approach staff were taking. There is no one way that we dismantle racism and hate. There are many instances of racism and hate taking place in our schools. And while we must respond to those instances, we must also look at preventative measures, engagement strategies, increasing belonging, reflective schools and curriculum, as well as specific strategies to address the different forms of racism and hate. In my ward, in all of my high schools, students have raised their voices and shared their concern of feeling invisible, unseen, and under surveillance. These were protests that Palestinian students had undertaken. Teachers whose social media accounts were under surveillance had also shared their concerns. No student should feel this way at school, and no staff should feel this way at their workplace. And this applies to all of our students, our Indigenous and Black students who have a long history of institutionalized racism in this country, our trans and queer students, and of course, our Jewish students who are descendants of Holocaust survivors, and ensuring we speak about that intergenerational trauma. I also want to say it's important to recognize that students can feel multiple experiences at once. They are all valid. There is not a single, and I want to also reiterate that at our trustee table, there is not a single Palestinian voice. We cannot speak for them, but we must acknowledge that they want to be seen, celebrated, and empowered like we do all other identities. I think it's a powerful thing if we recognize one another's experiences and how we are all linked through our shared lived experiences, especially those that come from underserved, oppressed communities that have faced a long history of oppression and hate. As a Tamil student, when I was a child, and our families back home were facing different forms of oppression, the Holocaust was the example my father used to teach me about what happens when unchecked racism escalates. As a Tamil student who was mocked in our TDSB schools and asked if I was a Tamil tiger, I can relate to Palestinian students and the feeling of being surveillance and perceived in a way due to biases and stereotypes. I think these types of strategies help students, help our teachers to build capacity to address multiple experiences that exist in our classrooms, especially in a board that's as diverse as ours. I don't know what it feels like. I don't know the experiences of our trans students or our Black students and what they feel in our schools. And in those instances, I need to listen and share and show my solidarity. I'm not on this committee, so I'm not able to vote, but I hope that whether we vote to referral or vote it down, I really hope that the version that comes back doesn't erase identities or doesn't ask for the erasure of certain identities. I think this approach is really helpful, and I hope that we can see the work continue. We're not going to see it. We're not going to see a decrease in these instances instantly, but we need to put strategies in place so that we can see it decline over time. I really want to thank staff for their work on this, and I hope that we can see this work go forward so we can address the real lived experiences of our Indigenous students, Black students, queer and trans students, Jewish students, Palestinian students, Muslim students, all students that are facing different forms of hate in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Reggie-Colasingham. Trustee King.
Thank you through you, Chair, and thank you, staff and Director, with your patience through our considerations and questions. I want to be very, very clear in understanding whether this direction and the work of re-envisioning and shifting to a focus on belonging, whether that is dependent on this report coming back to staff in order to progress in that direction.
Through the chair, yes, it is.
Thank you.
I do not see anyone else on the speakers list. Trustee Chernos-Lynn.
Mention that after we finish this item, I have a business arising motion from this report.
Thank you. So seeing no other speakers on the speakers list, we'll open the vote.
Shan opposed.
Trustee Gose,
Trustee Ghost is opposed.
Trustee Shan,
Shan opposed.
Trustee Dawson.
In favor.
Okay, so that motion is defeated on a tied vote. Okay, so we're back on the main motion. Trustee Shen? Okay. So did we have a mover and a seconder? So we need a mover and a seconder for the main motion, receipt.
Madam Chair, I
Trustee
can
King?
move to receive the report.
Are you seconding, Trustee Shen?
I can move a second. I don't know if anybody else moved it. I can move
Moved
it.
by Trustee King, and are you seconding Trustee Shen?
Yeah, yeah, I can
Yes.
second it. Thank you.
Okay. So that is in front of us now. Do we have anyone on the speakers list? Trustee Lokaratman. Oh, pardon me, Trustee Lokaratman, Trustee Shan was on the list first.
No, Madam Chair, I was just going to move the motion to receive it so I can stay back on the list. Thank you.
Okay, so you were just moving and you're not on the speakers list. Okay, thank you. Trustee Lokaratman.
Okay, well, at least I get to ask the rest of my questions. So on page 2 of the report, under caregiver engagement and learning, it says that the content for the learning should focus on the areas represented in the data presented from the Racism, Bias, and Hate portal. To be honest, I actually laughed when I read this because I remember sitting here a few months ago in a meeting where it was explained to us that the portal is actually not supposed to be used as a tool to report on data, but actually supposed to be used as a tool to track incidents specifically and how they're handled. So this was a little bit confusing for me, and I'm wondering if staff can clarify.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would respond to that in 2 ways. First of all, the strategy is intended to align to the human rights data, not to the portal data. Secondly, the work of the equity team is often centered on helping schools to respond to incidents of hate and racism, and that also informs the professional learning that they offer system-wide.
Okay, just because on page 2, it does say that the content should be focused on areas presented in the portal. It does say that here on page 2 of the report. Under student leadership, it talks about creating safer, more inclusive and respectful learning and working environments in schools by raising awareness among their peers, planning student events, creating resources, and influencing learning at the school. So I'm wondering if we're asking students to create resources and influence learning, who is supervising the vetting of these resources?
Thank you very much. Through the school, that is normally done by school staff, is sometimes working with community partners, parents, members of the equity team. There have been instances where this happens across schools, and so school staff collaboratively work with students to create and moderate these experiences and to provide feedback around what's appropriate.
Thank you. On page 4 of the report, it says that APR has been included in response to student and community voices. I'm wondering, was this individual students or was this organized student groups?
Through the chair, this was both individual students who have told stories, told their own experiences in our schools. Sometimes it came through groups of students at schools who asked to speak with principals and or members of central staff. It came through a variety of different routes over the last 3 years.
And are these student groups affiliated with other community groups?
Through the chair, none that I'm aware of that have directly influenced our responses.
Thank you. On page 5 of the report, it talks about the Equity, Anti-Racism, and Anti-Oppression Department. I'm wondering if staff can talk a little bit more about the Equity Department. What qualifications does one need to work in this department? Are they actually OCT teachers?
Through the chair, they are qualified teachers.
And how many people work in this department approximately?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, the staff who do work in schools fall into a number of categories. Our equity coaches, our teachers, our graduation coaches, which is a ministry-sponsored program, may have other qualifications, such as social workers. We do also have social workers on our teams. So those are some of the qualifications of the staff who work directly with schools. Predominantly, they are equity coaches who are OCT qualified, as well as graduation coaches.
Do we have any Jews working in our equity department?
Thank you very much. Through the staff, it is not appropriate for me to be identifying individual staff members.
Okay. What kind of training does the TDSB provide for these individuals? Have they received training on anti-Semitism and anti-Israeli racism? You want to answer that question?
Thank you, and through the chair, those within the equity department go through regular training for anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, a variety of different areas through the course of the year. It's interspersed so that the team does meet on a regular basis and engages in professional learning. Thank you.
The report talks about the equity referral process, and I was wondering if staff could tell me what that is.
Thank you. Through the chair, it is a process where schools can make a request for support in a particular area that they are interested in pursuing based on student needs. So that may be support with identifying how to support students with Muslim identities. It might be supports for addressing homophobia and transphobia. It might be support in aligning their teaching strategies to the new Holocaust curriculum. It might be combating anti-Black racism based on a number of incidents that are occurring in schools. It is the way in which the team receives requests for support in schools based on schools' needs.
On page 6 of the report, it talks about facilitating affinity spaces for Jewish Student Association staff leads. I'm wondering, does this include all Jewish staff or just if they're leading a specific JSA group? How are we supporting our Jewish staff, especially those who work in schools where they may be the only Jewish staff member or even the only Jew?
Through the chair, their work has been focused on working with the staff leads who have been supporting JSAs.
Do we offer, through the chair, do we offer supports for our Jewish staff members?
That question? Do you want to answer that?
Through the chair, part of what we provide is opportunities for individuals to engage in professional learning through a referral process. We also provide extensive professional learning that is outlined within the report under some of the professional learning that is provided for anti-Semitism, but also a myriad of other types of professional learning that is also outlined in the report for all staff. Thank you.
On page 7 of the report, it talks about classroom instruction. It says here that 4,150 students took one of these 6 classes. So that's 4,000 students. How many secondary students do we have? Roughly 70,000, something like that-ish. So that works out to about 5% of our high school students. So under classroom instruction, we're saying that, you know, we're offering these 6 courses to combat hate and racism, but only 5% of our students have taken even one of these courses. So is that accurate? And can staff speak to a plan to reach the other 95% of our high school students?
then you can. Through the chair, I'll begin, and then Associate Director Salmon will add to this response. One of the challenges, this is a multi-pronged approach, and by ensuring that these courses are offered in every one of our secondary schools, it makes it more accessible to all of our students. Given the compulsory courses and the courses students have to take in order to apply to whatever their post-secondary destination is, we recognize that not every student will be able to take this course as an elective. It is one of the structural challenges that we face in reaching every one of our students, and has been part of our advocacy to the government to try and integrate this into compulsory learning in different ways so that our students do have the opportunity to engage in this formal learning experience, thereby creating greater consistency and understanding among all of our students. But that would require a decision made by the Ministry of Education, not a decision made by staff at the Toronto District School Board.
And thank you, through the chair. Part of what we also want to identify and recognize is the fact that when we go back to our combating hate and racism strategy from March 2022, when it began, part of what we had done was set a goal that 50% of the students or of these courses would actually be represented in this particular strategy. And what we wanted to do was increase over time the actual number of students that are of schools that are offering these particular courses. This year, we actually hit that every single one of our secondary schools is offering at least one of these courses. So what you've actually seen is an increase of the number of these courses that are being offered in the TDSB as a direct result of the efforts of individuals in order to expand these particular courses. I'm going to also put forward the notion that we know that there are only a total of 6 courses that are here. 6 secondary courses. They're very important secondary courses, but there are only 6 of them. What we also need to be able to do is that we need to integrate education around anti-oppression and anti-racist type of education into all of the curriculum, into areas that allow us to be able to have kids have an understanding of some of the expectations. But once again, part of that does land with the Ministry of Education and the actual curriculum, as that is not within the purview of the TDSB, but it's important that we are emphasizing that within our courses. Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. On page 8 of the report, it talks about how we're supporting the staff who are offering these courses. Teachers teaching these 6 courses were offered a 4-part foundation series. Who is leading those series?
So thank you, through the chair. Those courses are led by a variety of different individuals with respect to the modulates, and part of what we want to be able to do is provide a high level of instruction for those particular staff members. So it's not one particular person, because we have a wide range of areas that we're actually covering. So it's a variety of individuals. Thank you.
On page 9 and 10 of the report, it talks about extending the learning, community educators and partners. It says facilitated professional learning for all grade 6 educators at the Toronto Holocaust Museum. Is it actually all grade 6 educators that participated, or it was offered to all grade 6 educators? Through the chair.
Through the chair, it was offered to all grade 6 educators. I want to clarify with respect to participation in our professional learning, because it has come up a number of times. We have discussed some of the challenges we have with respect to ensuring that there are occasional teachers available to fill staff absences. Given this pressure on our system, many schools and individual teachers have made the decision to be with their students rather than to have their class go unfilled to participate in any professional learning. That was one of the challenges with respect to having as many educators as we normally would have expected to participate in this important series, as well as other professional learning that was offered in mathematics or early literacy or special education.
Thank you, through the chair. On page 10, it talks about tracing the past and present manifestations of anti-Semitism for classroom educators and school leaders. I'm wondering if staff can elaborate on that.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair, we do not have that information, but would be happy to provide it directly to the trustee.
Thank you so much. The next bullet point, it says exploring specific strategies and learning tools that educators can use in classrooms and school spaces to respond to anti-Semitic incidents. Can staff please provide some examples of these specific strategies? Through the chair.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, staff who are able to speak to those specific strategies and to provide examples are not with us this evening, but we are open to sharing that with all trustees, and then that can be shared out publicly and on our website.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Russell Rollins. Your time has expired, Trustee Raloka-Rothman.
Can I go back on the list, please?
Looking to see if there are any other speakers on the speakers list. Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to talk about anti-Asian strategy mentioned in this report. I'm not very happy with this report presented, for the anti-Asian racism strategy. I have a few questions to ask the staff through you. The first question would be page 6. The second paragraph is that creating affinity space opportunity for diverse students. It's actually Black Student Association, Gay Straight Alliance, Jewish Student Association, Muslim Student Association, Palestinian Student Association, Tamil Student Association. Where is that Asian Student Association? TDSB have 46%. Have 46% Asian students. There are not a single voice from Asian Student Association. I don't understand. I don't get it. How is this student association being selected? How they're being selected, by the way? Madam Chair, I want to ask staff, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I wasn't able to hear the question. Could the trustee please restate the question?
My question is, how is a student association being selected? Why Asian Student Association was excluded in this conversation? Please remember, Asian students represent 46% of the total TDSB population, almost half.
Could I have staff respond?
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, part of the work that we've been doing with respect to affinity groups has been to identify individuals that are supporting these particular spaces and the work that is being done. It actually is not an issue of us excluding groups. It's just a question of us identifying and providing the opportunity and the time in order to create all of the affinity spaces that are required. So we are continuing to expand the number of affinity spaces on an ongoing basis in order to support all the groups that would require. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, if I may also add, this year we started with creating a space for Asian identifying staff in the TDSB. The natural extension of that would be to work with them to develop more formal processes for Asian student associations in schools, and then to do work with staff. So we are at the beginning of that process, and we'll continue our commitment that was started this year.
Thank you, Madam Director. Through Madam Chair, I don't really think my question was answered. I want to ask the staff again, through Madam Chair. how moving forward Asian student voice can be represented at the board. At the board, we cannot just favor one group of voices while ignore the others groups. Thank you.
And staff, if staff could respond.
Thank you, and through the chair, we continue to expand the number of groups that we are providing affinity spaces for as we move forward in this particular strategy. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I can ask third time. I still didn't get the answer yet. Please.
Trustee Pei, I believe staff has responded to the question twice, 3 times.
Madam Chair, with all respect, but that's not the answer, by the way. I'm asking for strategy. Strategy, specific strategy. What the strategy moving forward? We're talking about, this is title called is Combating Hate and Racism, Student Learning Strategy Update. So I'm asking for strategy update. I didn't hear anything about strategy. Now you're mentioning update. So I want to hear from the staff. Respectfully, please tell me what's the strategy moving forward when we try to let the board to show that we have a strategy, we can let all group to have representation.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, may I ask a question of clarification? The question started about with respect to supporting Asian student associations. The response to that question was that we have been building a strategy to support Asian educators, and it is through bringing those educators together that the strategy will go into schools to create, where ones do not exist right now, Asian student associations. When those groups are created, staff will support the staff leads for those Asian student associations. That is what the point at the top of page 6 refers to. If the trustee is asking about the anti-Asian racism strategy, that is a different question, and Associate Director Salmon will respond to that question.
Thank you, and through the chair, and thank you, Trustee Pei, for the clarification of the actual question. If it's with respect to the actual Asian strategy, part of what we are doing is that that particular working group has not yet fully been formed. Part of what is happening is staff was working through around 2 to 3 of the actual strategies first, because part of what we've outlined in the report on anti-hate and anti-racism from 2023 was that it would be a 2-year period for us to come up with the particular strategies, because we felt it was important to work with communities in order to bring these strategies forward. So that is what we are in the process of doing with respect to the strategies that you have asked about. Thank you very much for the opportunity to clarify.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff, for answering my questions. But I had to say I'm disappointed is understatement. For now, we have 46% of Asian students. 28% of staff are Asian identity. We don't even have combating hate and racism working group specifically working for these people. How we can represent them? How we can make sure their voice being heard? Sorry, Madam Chair, I want to make a business raising motion. Sorry, I can't because I'm not a committee member. I don't know any committee member could help me to make a business raising motion recommended staff to establish a working group specifically combating Asian hate and racism. Thank you.
Trustee Pei, we have a motion on the table, and you're not actually on PSSC.
Yeah, so I'm asking any trustee will be able to, provide me the assistance to move that motion on PSSC.
Can I ask a question of clarification for staff?
Question of clarification, yes.
Just on this motion, Trustee Pei, you're requesting a working group on anti-Asian racism. Is that what you're requesting?
That's correct, yes.
I just want to know, because I know many of the strategies that staff have been developing, they've been meeting with community organizations, and so I just wonder if we have that already.
No,
Just
I think
wasn't
the staff
detailed in
already
this
said they
report.
don't have it. They don't have it. They've been working for 2 years. They still don't have that working group.
Could we
That's
just
why I
seek
moved that motion.
clarification from staff?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, one of the challenges with this approach, which I believe was noted the first time a strategy was passed, is that we do not have the capacity to work on multiple strategies in genuine and authentic ways with every community simultaneously. So that
I'm going to ask for order in the room. As I indicated maybe a few hours ago now, if there's disruption, we'll need to go into recess and clear the room. So I'm letting folks know that for maybe the second or third time. It's just a friendly reminder. Please continue.
So staff have started with anti-Semitism, Islamophobia. Those were the strategies that staff have started with to develop. And the other strategies will begin formally in the new year as we bring the anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, anti-Islamophobia strategy forward to the board.
Through Madam Chair, Madam Director, I don't really understand. We have the largest student body in TDSB. 46% are Asian. 28% are Asian staff. We don't even have a strategy to combat Asian hate and racism. Do I need to bring some data? From last year, the Asian hate and crime at TDSB jumped by 100%. And we're not willing to deal with this crisis. I don't understand. What's the reason?
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Your time has expired. Is there a response? Was that a question? Was that even a question? No. Thank you. The next speaker, Trustee Lee.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you very much to staff for this work. I know it's hard, and thanks for all the trustees who made comments. And I just I know Trustee Pei has started down this line of this questions or thoughts on a strategy addressing incidents or types of racism in our board that may be directed towards Asian students and Asian staff members. I just want to kind of expand on that. I know it's a work in progress. So I do want staff to help me expand on the work in progress and what the plan is. Now, when it comes to a strategy or tactics addressing incidents of anti-Asian racism, what is staff thinking about it? Like, what is your approach, through you, Madam Chair, on how we will expand this work?
Thank you very much to the chair. There are a number of ways in which, A, We respond to incidents of anti-Asian racism using PR 728 and the strategies and protocols embedded within that particular procedure. Through the Combating Hate and Racism strategy, there has been professional learning, including an extended module on anti-Asian racism. There have been opportunities to make connections through student learning and partnerships to affirm students' identities and to bring that learning through to students as well as staff. We have integrated within our classroom resources and the ways in which we work with schools, ways to affirm Asian identities. Those are just some of the ways that are happening and are not fully illustrated in this report, but there are multiple opportunities for us to look at how we ensure that Asian students, regardless of how they identify, are able to see themselves reflected. And we acknowledge that there is continued work to be done in this regard.
Thank you, Madam Director. Through you, Madam Chair, just to expand on the identity portion a little bit. Every time we talk about anti-Asian racism, I have a underlying worry that we're generalizing a very big geographical area with a very diverse set of histories, cultures, languages, religions, backgrounds, beliefs. What is our way of ensuring that any strategy that's directed or that's designed to help Asian students are actually helping all the Asian students and not overly generalizing?
Thank you, and through the chair, I think it's a really good question that you've asked, and part of one of the reasons why, as we work through this particular strategy, we have tried to engage in a level of consultation with community around the programming, around the specific needs, and around how we ensure that we are addressing all individuals within the particular diaspora. So that is part of what the consultations that our staff is leading with community partners in order for us to be able to move forward to ensure that we're encompassing all of the learners within the TDSB from various locations. Thank you.
Through the chair, and thank you, Associate Director. Just to expand on that answer a little bit more, when you mentioned that we're working with community partners to consult, do you have examples or overview of which partners we're working with and how we chose them and who we believe they represent?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I'm not sure I heard the last part of the question. I apologize.
Madam Chair, I was hoping for an expansion on the partners that the Associate Director has mentioned that we will be working with to start our work in designing the anti-Asian racism strategy in consultation. I was wondering who those partners are, how we selected those partners, and who, in our opinion, those partners represent.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, the partners at this time have not been determined. Staff have been doing work with a number of different partners to highlight various Asian identities, to your point. Most recently, we have done work with the Wong Avery Asian History Museum and having students work on telling their own stories. That is in part why staff have suggested that working through student identities would capture the full breadth of the intersectional identities that students hold, rather than taking a more monolithic approach to addressing anti-Asian racism or anti-Semitism or anti-Black racism, but really starting with our students and how they want to show up and express themselves and their identities and lived experiences in our schools.
And through the chair, one of the other partners is Alpha Education. Thank you.
Okay. I'd love to sit through your chair, sit with staff to understand a little bit more on what those partners actually represent. As an Asian immigrant myself, I very often found that when organization talks about anti-Asian racism, I think everyone approaches with really good intentions, but I worry about the expertise because I often found that some of the contexts that I have came from, or some of the contexts that people that I know have come from, are not necessarily represented, not because of any intent to exclude, but just because the people working on it, and because it is such a diverse geographical area, people working on it may not necessarily know. So I love to work more with staff on this, just because I think we need to get it right to be credible. My last question is that what is the timeline for all of this? And through you, Chair, to staff.
Thank you. And through the chair, part of what our commitment was from March 2023 was to do an implementation process around establishing these particular community consultation and bringing the strategies forward within a 2-year period. Thank you.
Sorry, just to be exact, within a 2-year period means what? In 6 months? Because that's 2 years from early 2023. Actually, not 6 months, 8 months?
What was expected was that we would bring forward the particular strategies over a 2-year period.
I'm sorry, 3, Madam Chair. I need a more direct answer than that. You mentioned, Associate Director, March 2023. So we have already been 1 year and 3 months into that 2-year period. So you have 8 to 9 months left to get it done. Is that the timeline?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. So we should, through you, Chair, we should be expecting a strategy to come out in 8 months' time. So by March 2025. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes. That's what staff is working towards. But as you can see, based on the complexity of each of these, staff will continue to endeavor to hit the particular timeframes. But we also know that we want to be able to ensure that what we're bringing forward to board is something that individuals can be proud of and that we can move forward in these areas. Because I think by this conversation, it demonstrates the importance of making sure that we get it right. Thank you.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, does that mean that, are we saying that we'll try our best, but we might not make it because it won't be good enough, we suspect, or we worry? Is that what I'm hearing?
So Trustee Lee, sporadically it's difficult to hear you. Could you maybe speak a little bit louder and into your mic? I
will. Sorry, I was very far away from my microphone. I was just saying, are we saying that although we'll try our best, we might not make the timeline?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, we work with communities, and at the pace at which communities are working through the strategy, you will have an update on where we are with respect to specific strategies within the 2-year timeframe, and it is our goal to complete them within that timeframe. If working with communities that is not possible because they are requesting more time, then more time will be afforded.
Okay. Now, my last comment on this, through you, Madam Chair, is that I am concerned about the timeline, because I think developing an anti-Asian racism that encompasses, all the diverse groups in Asia and represent them properly is a very difficult task. To date, I have not seen any work being done. I have not had any consultations, and I don't know of any community organizations that's actively working with us on this strategy. So to say that we'll have something that is comprehensive, executable, and evaluated by the community and vetted to make sure that it is comprehensive in 8 months, if I were the person working on this, this is something that I would be, staying up at night worrying about. And as a trustee, I do worry about how credible our strategy is when it's done. So once again, I am offering my services and support to staff to get this over the line.
My apologies.
And I look forward to
your time has
working with
expired.
That's all, Madam Chair. I know I'm over time. Thank you.
Trustee Loka-Rothman.
Thank you. I wanted to mention that I noticed, or it was brought to my attention, that on our TDSB website in two places, so under the human rights glossary section, as well as on the equity, anti-racism, and anti-oppression glossary, they use a definition of anti-Semitism that is inconsistent with the one that is currently in our equity policy. Through the chair, can staff please confirm that our website will be updated to reflect the definition of anti-Semitism listed in our equity policy?
Through the chair, yes, it will be.
Thank you so much. I wanted to, continuing to go through the report, actually, before I move on to the next section, I actually had a question that I'm hoping staff can clarify. This report talks a lot about human rights and it talks a lot about equity. I'm wondering through the chair, can staff please help to differentiate for me what is actually the functional difference between our Human Rights Office and our Equity Department? Are they both educators? What are the different roles that these two different offices fill? I'd really appreciate some clarification.
Thank you very much through the chair. If our system lead, Mahajabeen Ibrahim, is on the line, I would invite her to speak about the function of the Human Rights Office.
Could you unmute? We can't hear you. Is she there? Is she there? She's not there? It looks like she's not there.
Okay, thank you very much. The Human Rights Office hears concerns and reports of discrimination in all of its forms and works through a process to determine what has occurred and to make determinations with staff with respect to what to do when a staff member or a situation in a school has occurred where it is determined that a racist or other discriminatory incident has taken place. It is a formal process that is guided by the Ontario Human Rights Code. The equity team works to support students' identities and to ensure broadly through the curriculum as well as students' experiences that students' identities are affirmed and respected in the work that we do in our schools. It is inherently working with the human rights team where possible. Our human rights team has been busy working through cases and reports, but where they work together in order to create resources as well as information to the system that helps to us to create more supportive, affirming, and respectful environments for our students and for our staff.
So through the chair, just to check my own understanding, so would you say that the equity department is sort of more proactive in working with students, whereas the Human Rights Office is more reactive in dealing with incidents?
I'm sure ideally the Human Rights Office would like to be proactive, but the majority of their time and resources has been spent in a reactive mode, responding to complaints of discrimination in various forms.
Through the chair, so if there is an incident of hate in one of our schools, do they call the Human Rights Office? Do they call the Equity Department, or both?
It is our expectation that if there is an incident of an allegation of racism or hate in our schools, that it is recorded as per PR 728 in the Racism, Bias, and Hate portal. At that time, staff from our Human Rights Department work with schools to determine what the next step should be with respect to that complaint. And the equity team would be there to support educators in understanding what may have occurred, working with staff and students to repair the environment, and to prevent and educate against future incidences.
That is a very helpful clarification. Thank you to staff. Okay, so now I'm moving on in the report, page 11. I'm starting under the action plan and associated timeline. I have some questions here. So under classroom instruction, under the action, it says that professional learning sessions with 30 selected educators to build their capacity and understanding. How were these 30 educators selected? Through the chair.
So thank you, and through the chair, those educators were volunteered in order to support with our combating hate and racism strategy with respect to supporting classroom instruction, and were provided training over the course, some within the confines of the summer months and throughout the course of the year. Thank you.
Under student leadership, I looked back at the report, the original report that we got in 2022. Under student leadership in the old report, it talks about that superintendents and learning coaches will work with school leaders to develop student leaders in each school. The current report doesn't actually talk about that. It talks about the Student Equity Collective, and I didn't see that referenced in the original report. And I'm wondering if staff can explain where this came from, why it wasn't in the original report. And it also says that 24 students were chosen by a group of board leaders, and I'm curious as to how this group of students was selected. So why we're only working with 24 students as opposed to leaders in every school, through the chair.
Thank you very much. This report does not formally collect information from schools with respect to student leadership groups. That was not possible for us to do within the scope of this report at this time. It does not take away from the focus of individual principals as well as learning networks in supporting local student leadership. We have not formalized that process. Instead, as director, I created the Student Equity Collective. A video as well as various call-outs went out to all schools, and students applied to be part of this collective. Students were selected based on their submission and their interest. Our work with this dynamic group of young people ended last year. They are ready and anxious to support a new cadre in the upcoming school year.
Thank you. Through the chair, under student leadership in the current report, it also talks about this TTC ambassadors pilot that I had never heard of, and I'm wondering if staff can please, through the chair, explain a little bit about what this is and how it ties into combating hate and racism, through the chair.
Thank you very much. Superintendent Murray, who is not with us this evening, would be able to provide that information. I'm happy to add that to the information that we will share with all trustees.
Thank you. On page 12, it talks about tools for response taking action. So it says, well, actually, the expectation from the old report under that section says student leadership teams will participate in training to identify acts of hate and discrimination and learn strategies to intervene, which is not at all what it says in the current report. The current report says data was gathered. Again, how was this data gathered? From schools across learning centers. And then it says next step data will be analyzed. So are we not actually, right, the expectation from the old report was that we would be training students, and I'm seeing a bit of a disconnect here, and I'm wondering if staff can, through the chair, please explain.
Thank you very much. Through the chair. Our Student Equity Collective actually did some work on how students should be responding to incidents of hate and racism, particularly online. Some of that work has been shared with students in schools. Again, recognizing the pressures on schools with respect to occasional teacher coverage, as well as understanding that in some schools there were multiple different ways in which students were being engaged in combating hate and racism. The team did not specifically focus on that. We are gathering examples of best practice, which was also a suggestion made by the Student Equity Collective. Many of those individuals were part of dynamic leadership teams doing work in schools with other students. So that's just another phase of the work that will come forward in the future.
Thank you. Through the chair on page 12, it talks about educational partnership for learning, building partnerships with community agencies. I'm wondering if the staff can please explain, is this list of partnerships, is this public, and how do we determine which agencies we will be working with through the chair?
Through the chair, and thank you for the question. The list is not public. However, the list is what it represents is different community agencies and organizations that we have partnered through our partnership department. And part of what we've really tried to do over the last 2 years is focus on identity affirming types of community groups that are able to support us in this particular work, because we identified that as a real need across our system. And so that's what the partnership department has been engaging in doing over the course of the last year and a half to 2 years.
If I can just add or correct, the list of educational partners is available, and we have shared that.
Through the chair, is it available on our website?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. Okay, on page 13, there's a very important point here. This report is bringing up cyber safety and digital citizenship. As I shared with staff previously, a report by Microsoft Threat Intelligence showed that since October 7th, Canada has been the top consumer of Iranian state-sponsored propaganda in support
My
of...
apologies, Trustee Volker-Rothman. Your time has expired.
Can I go back on the list, please?
Yeah. Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a following question for the staff. Through you, I'm interested regarding the focus group, how they're selected on agenda page 18. It says to ensure meaningful data for school improvement, grade 7 A student participating in focus group to provide an opportunity to amplify student voices and address issues of racism, bias, and hate. So how those focus groups been selected, how they form, how many students participating in the focus group, how their voice being amplified.
Through the chair, if you just give us a moment, please. Thank you very much. Through the chair, we would want to see clarification on that from staff before we provide an answer to ensure that we are accurate.
Trustee Pei, did you have any further questions?
So sorry, Madam Chair, I didn't get the question. So does staff need the time for answer for this? So I can move on to the next question? Does staff come back to answer this question later?
Thank you. Through the chair, we will provide the response to this question in Trustees Weekly, and trustees can share it widely if they would like.
Okay, excellent. As through Madam Chair, I just want to make sure when they select, the staff select the focus group, it should include all students, all races, all skin colors. I think racism, bias, or hate do not based on skin color or race. So we should be inclusive to everybody. Everybody on the board to discuss this thing. Thank you. I have another question, page 19. So I see that, for the two parts professional learning series to combat hate and racism through the referral process, I see addressing anti-Semitism, addressing xenophobia, learning the work through culturally relevant response pedagogy. Where is anti-Asian racism in this learning?
Thank you very much. Through the staff, through the chair, I believe that this particular session was focused on anti-Semitism and Islamophobia because those were the first two strategies that we were working on to bring forward to the board. It also reflected what was being asked for directly by schools. And other professional learning was offered that incorporated how to respond to and prevent anti-Asian racism.
Okay, thank you, Madam Director. How come only 100 staff were registered for this course? That's accounted to 0.5% total staff population. We have 45,000 staff, but only 0.5%. 1 in 5 in 1,000 people attended the course. Why is that?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, we want to recognize that many of these sessions only accommodate a limited number of people so that there can be dialogue and full engagement. We also recognize that removing teachers and staff from their regular work on an ongoing basis not only disrupts student learning, but it isn't always possible to fill their absence with an appropriate occasional teacher. We will continue to offer these sessions on an ongoing basis and to ensure, in addition to the work done directly in schools with staff, that there are a variety of professional learning opportunities that recognize all of the different strategies that are embedded in this report. I would, however, point out that with 4, 5, 6 different strategies and 4 to 6 or 8 people within the equity team, it is not possible to offer mandatory professional learning to our 40,000 employees in 6 different strategies. It is a significant drawback to this approach.
So, through Madam Chair, so what's the strategy we can move forward to address this significant drawback?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, that is why as director, I offered a different orientation to this work that in fact started with students' identities and how we ensure that students, regardless of their identities and their lived experiences, were able to express themselves and that staff had the tools and resources to be able to support that in the most positive and intentional ways.
Thank you, Madam Director. Okay, I can move on my next question. Page 20, partner with the community educators. Grade 4 and 5 students partner with an author to create a health and wellness plans. So who is the author, by the way? Is this system-wide program, and what topic been discussed in this setting?
Again, thank you very much for that question. That specific individual is not known to me or individuals who were part of that initiative. I would ask trustees if you have specific questions about individual items within the report. If you send them to me, I will ensure that they are provided, responses are provided in writing to trustees, and we can also post the responses publicly.
Okay, thank you, Madam Director. Okay, I'm looking for that update in the trustee update. Okay, page 22, student wellness, well-being, and actions. It says throughout the 23-24 school year, the equity team has held a staff and student affinity spaces. So how many people really been participating in this program?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, we not only supported, as was mentioned earlier, the staff leads who are working with our student affinity groups, but we also supported a number of student leaders to come together. The total number is not known to me. Again, I am open to providing that information directly to trustees.
But for the other student group, through Madam Chair, definitely does not include the Asian Student Association, right?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would want to confirm that directly with staff.
And through the chair, if I can add, please keep in mind that affinity spaces also takes place within individual schools based on staff advisors supporting the particular process in individual schools. So it's not simply just at the central level, but there's also affinity spaces that are run through the actual staff advisors in individual schools. Thank you.
Student Member Chair, I just want to refer the staff, confirm page 6. It said creating affinity group continue opportunity for diverse students, and then bracket, Black Student Association, Gay, Straight, Jewish, Muslim, Palestinian, and Tamil. They never mentioned a single word about Asian students. So what's the stuff, the answer is contradictory to in the report. Why is that?
Through the chair, the trustee is correct that Asian student associations were not represented in this report. When we capture what is happening locally at schools, those Asian student associations will be included in the report brought forward to trustees. We apologize for that omission. And we also recognize that through continually supporting Asian educators, affinity groups, that we will also have an opportunity to encourage them and other staff to create Asian student associations where there is student interest.
Thank you, Madam Director. Through Madam Chair, when looking through these professional learning manuals, for combating hate and racism, professionally there are 5 courses. And for addressing 2S LGBTQIA+ identity, 4. Understanding Asian identity and the anti-Asian racism, only 2. Understanding Jewish identity and anti-Semitism, 7. I think that's a good number. And understanding Muslim identity, Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian racism, 8. So, through Madam Chair, can staff explain why is anti-Asian racism becomes like only 2 courses compared to other, why is only 2?
Thank you. And through the chair, part of what we've endeavored to do is using the resources that we have in order to prioritize some of what we are hearing from students within our communities. We continue to work towards ensuring that all groups are fully represented as we move forward. Thank you.
So how many people are participating in these 2 courses?
Thank you very much through the chair. We heard from staff at our last meeting that in some situations we are not tracking staff attendance, that there is a discrepancy between staff who commit through our electronic system to attend these sessions, those that actually show up to participate in the sessions, and we are not always able to reconcile the data in a way that is accurate. So we are not able to report on exactly the amount of, or the number of staff members who participate in these sessions. I think it's also fair to note that some of these sessions occur after school. Some are actual courses or mini courses that are offered asynchronously or synchronously. So we would need to ensure that we are comparing attendance at a session that is offered during the regular working day, those that are offered after school, and those that are commitments over several weeks that staff make. And that is in part one of the modules on anti-Asian racism is in fact in depth and is a module that takes place over many weeks and amounts to hours of learning. And we would expect fewer staff members to participate in that kind of learning compared to an after-school workshop or a half-day workshop that is offered during the day. I would also say that as we look at how we offer professional learning, we are aligning it to the incidences of hate and racism that is documented in the Human Rights Report. If the Board of Trustees would like to see an equal number of professional learning, rather than professional learning that is tailored to address the phenomena that is being expressed through the human rights data and directly through community interactions and hearing from our students, then we would welcome any direction that the board would like to provide to staff so that our actions meet your expectations.
Student Madam Chair, I have more questions. Could you put me back the list? Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. The next speaker, Trustee Loka-Rutman. Yep.
Thank you. So as I was saying, as I've shared with staff previously, a report by Microsoft Threat Intelligence showed that since October 7th, Canada has been the top consumer of Iranian state-sponsored propaganda in support of Hamas. We also know that our students are most at risk to encounter this propaganda due to the amount of time students are spending on various social media platforms. My question for staff through the chair, does staff have a plan to combat the Iranian state-sponsored propaganda that our students are consuming online and counter the misinformation that is being shared?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, the Toronto District School Board, through the Combating Hate and Racism strategy that was introduced and is reflected in front of you this evening, has within it a prong that relates to cyber safety and digital citizenship that recognizes the online hate that students are seeing and participating in online. And we have been working with various community partners to identify the resources and supports needed to not only educate our students and our staff, but to educate families with respect to what students are seeing and viewing online that is both hateful as well as poses a number of other threats to their well-being and their engagement at school. So we affirm that this is a pressing and urgent issue for us and for our students and for our families. And we will continue to expand the repertoire of strategies as well as community partners who help us to combat the online hate and racism that students are being exposed to.
Thank you to staff. I really appreciate that. I really feel strongly that we need to recognize this attempted foreign interference in our society and take active steps to educate towards unlearning the hate that is being imported. Because if we do not, if we remain passive, it is only a matter of time before Canada is no longer a safe place for Jews to live and thrive. And I will remind my colleagues once again that what starts with Jews never ends with the Jews. I just had a quick question on the professional learning menu. So the professional learning menu for anti-Semitism talks about, there's different sections. There's an in-conversation series, there's professional learning, and then there's courses. I'm wondering through the chair if staff can please explain the difference between these different types of professional learning.
Thank you very much. Courses generally take place over multiple days, have one instructor, and are a number of hours, whereas professional learning is more episodic, might be 1 or 2 sessions that deal with discrete topics and do not have a comprehensive overview of a particular strategy, or in this case, to the point of your question, anti-Semitism. So courses are more in-depth learning that cover a variety of topics, engage participants in a number of different ways, including through assignments of different kinds that are part of their learning in a course, whereas professional learning is very much grounded in practice and hopefully connects to what teachers and staff members will do the next day with students in school.
That's helpful clarification, thank you. I guess my last question for staff is, are we keeping track of who is attending these sessions and whether or not the majority of educators taking these sessions, is it just Jewish teachers taking the courses on anti-Semitism through the chair?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, we do not ask staff who register for courses to identify, so we cannot provide any precise feedback with respect to who is taking these courses. I think it's important to note that in many of these sessions, we see staff who identify with the focus of the session, who are most interested in attending these sessions. That's why this work should be done in schools, to ensure that we are engaging all of our staff in the same conversation with respect to student identities, as well as the different forms of hate and racism. There is a place for professional learning in courses that occurs outside of a school setting, but our true hope and our true potential to create a sea change is when we are able to actually engage staff together in schools, in the same learning, making the same commitments to changing and improving students' experiences in the curriculum and with each other.
Thank you very much. I just thought that was my last question. I lied, I'm sorry. I have one more question. My last question is about the board's social media policy. How is this policy being utilized to support the work of the Combating Hate and Racism strategy, particularly as it relates to online actions and online content of TDSB staff members?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, we refer to our social media policy and remind our staff of our social media policy through different means, whether that's through staff meetings, whether it's through communications that go out to staff directly, whether it's on our website, it is referenced. We recognize that for those members of our staff who are members of the Ontario College of Teachers, that there are also standards with respect to online engagement that are important for OCT qualified educators to adhere to. I think we also, as we teach about digital citizenship and online hate and how to identify it and then respond to it, we are not only teaching our students, but we are setting expectations for our staff members.
Thank you very much. I just want to take a minute to really thank everyone who's here in the room or watching online. Thank you for being here, for bearing with us, and for making your voices heard. Thank you.
those were the end of your questions. Okay, and I have Trustee King next.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to move that we end debate on this item and move to vote.
So we have a mover to call the question. Do I have a seconder? Seconder?
Is there anybody else on the list, Madam Chair?
Trustee King hasn't spoken yet, and it's her turn. She's on the speakers list, and she's called the question and looking for a second.
I can second it if nobody's on the list. I'll second it now.
So moved by Trustee King, seconded by Trustee Shen. And we'll open the vote.
Sorry, we're voting on calling the question?
Yes. So the vote is for,
Calling the question?
so the vote, to be clear, is calling the question.
Oh, whoops.
No. Are you sure?
Yes, yes, that's what we're voting on right now.
Oh, I just
Then why does it say combating hate?
changed my vote.
Yeah. In favor.
Okay.
On the screen. Okay, where's my?
Denise, can you change my vote? I thought we were voting on the report.
Just voting. It's yes or no?
Calling the question. Sorry? I'm in favor of calling the question. Say yes.
Trustee King? Trustee King?
I'm in favor.
Who's next? Trustee Rajwani, how do you vote? Is she online? Trustee Ghost, could you cast your vote, please? Has she voted? So it's the motion to call the question. Trustee Ghost? So can we mark her absent? So did she just vote? Or we marked her absent? Okay. 2/3. 2/3? 2/3? 5-2? Okay, that carries.
What?
So at this point, we go to the main motion. So now what's before us is the main motion, and the vote is being opened.
Sean in favor.
Shannon in favor. Is it coming up on e-squared? Okay.
Trustee Ghost is in favor.
Okay, we're just waiting for it to come up on eScribe. Okay, there it is.
King in favor.
Yeah,
Trustee Ghost in favor.
okay. Trustee Rajwani. Is it all in? Okay. And does that carry? And that carries. And that carries. Thank you. We're moving to the next item in the agenda, and I'm gonna ask for order in the room. We're going to the next We're going to the next agenda item. If there's not order in the room, as
have a
I've repeated, I think in previous occasions, okay, we are going to take a recess. I ask that the room be cleared. out of recess, and I believe there's a motion arising. Pistons arising. Hey, we're just sorting out some technical difficulties.
Oh, it's working now. Thank you, Minshu. Okay, through the chair. So I'd like to move a motion it's up on the screen. This has been sent around to trustees for some time now. And this just notes that we have written to the Ministry of Education expressing our support for the OHRC's call for development of a well-resourced province-wide anti-hate strategy, because we simply cannot do this alone. This is really an Ontario-wide piece that we need help with. And we've also written to the Minister of Education to establish provincial reporting standards and guidance, combined with the development of a tool that school boards across Ontario could use to collect data to enable us to better respond to incidents of hate and racism with schools. And we want to acknowledge that there has been alarming incidents of hate that continue to impact schools and our communities. And we certainly heard from many people tonight the desperate concerns around that. So what we're asking here is to request that the ministry develop a working definition of hate or hate activity for Ontario schools that addresses concerns raised about growing anti-Semitism and other forms of hate in schools that could be in place for the start of the 2024-25 school year. And then second, that the ministry engage the OHRC, unions and federations, the Ministry of Solicitor General, the Ontario College of Teachers, and the Ontario Public School Boards Association in developing a policy program memorandum, or a PPM, as soon as possible, which would provide us with a consistent approach for school boards to manage student, teachers, and staff activities that arise from or are reactions to the broader geopolitical conflicts that impact schools and their learning environments. For example, the Hamas-Israel war, but this could be many other places too, to ensure safe and welcoming spaces for all, where the values of democracy, human rights, critical thinking, respect for the diversity of identities and lived experiences of all students, teachers, and staff, along with the professionalism of staff, are respected, fostered, and upheld. We need more guidance on this. We've heard that from many families, many students, and it is a concern. Second, that the ministry initiate training and learning for staff and teachers and develop resources that build capacity to navigate geopolitical tensions in the classroom and school, working closely with unions and associations. This is really important work because things come up in classrooms and staff need to know how to navigate those pieces, and we need our students to be helped in developing those critical thinking skills. That's really what's going to equip them to hopefully solve some of these problems as they go out into the world as adults. These resources must help us do that, but they also must comply with applicable data standards as set out in the Anti-Racism Act, and they should align with intersecting OHRC obligations. And this should include training on mandatory human rights training for directors, trustees, superintendents, and all school board staff beginning next year. We'd like to see the ministry revise the Ontario curriculum as soon as possible to include civics education. There's more detail on that in this. so that at all grade levels, so that learning is aligned with the Ontario curriculum and helps develop students' knowledge, skills, and understanding of different lived experiences and the critical thinking and cultural fluency needed to become engaged and responsible citizens who respect the humanity of all people. And finally, that the director and chair write to the Ontario College of Teachers requesting an update of their professional advisories in the areas of mental health, bullying, and the use of electronic and social media before the 2025 school year to respond appropriately to geopolitical issues brought forward by students and staff in view of the Charter of Rights and their responsibilities as members of a regulated profession in Ontario. And then the last two pieces is that we want to make sure that the Ontario College of Teachers and the Ontario Public School Boards Association unions and associations be copied on this correspondence. And finally, that OBSPA, the Ontario Public School Boards Association, be requested to share the correspondence above with all member boards. We really believe that this is an Ontario piece. We are not the only school board finding this challenging to navigate, and we really would benefit from an Ontario response, an Ontario-wide response, and I see that as a very productive way forward with how we move along this work. Thank you. And I do have a seconder, but just Trustee Lalka, but it's also on behalf of Trustee Laskin, who couldn't be here this evening and also isn't on this committee.
Thank you, Trustee Cherno-Slin. Trustee Loka-Rodman, since you're the seconder, did you want to speak to the motion as well?
I'm satisfied with the comments made by Trustee Cherno-Slin.
Okay, wonderful. Do we have any speakers on the motion? Okay, seeing none, the vote will be opened. Okay, we're just waiting for it to come up on eScribe.
Sorry. Madam Chair, is it possible to vote at seriatim, please?
It's seriatim?
Yes, please.
Do that? Okay, the vote had already been opened. Can you do it or no? For the votes in progress? Trustee, the vote had already been in progress when you made that request.
Okay, thank you.
Did you vote? Is there anyone outstanding?
I'm glad we're getting to caring and safe schools.
Trustee Gauss, Trustee Rajwani, Trustee Shen. Trustee Ghost, we're waiting for your vote.
In favor.
Trustee Shen is in favor. Trustee Ghost, how do you vote? Okay, we'll mark her as absent. Does that carry? That carries. Thank you. So we're moving on to the next item in the agenda. Caring and Safe Schools report. Oh no, I'm missing my if we could have staff present the report. Caring and Safe Schools Annual Report 2022-2023.
Thank you very much to the chair. This report will be presented by Executive Superintendent Jim Spiropoulos.
Thank you, Director Russell Rollins. Good night, everyone. And through you, Chair Williams, What you have before you this evening, trustees, is a package which includes the annual Caring and Safe Schools report, which is a data-driven report related to suspensions and expulsions in Toronto District School Board. The package also includes an update on the collaborative approach to school and community safety and the action plan that was attached to it, which the board received and funded last year in order to support staff and communities in addressing violent incidents which were finding their way into schools. You also have two public summaries of reports that were written by external consultants who were retained by TDSB to advise us on ways that we could make all schools safer after they examined specific 4 incidents that occurred at 4 specific schools in TDSB. You also have an attachment which summarizes the recommendations that were made to the board by those external consultants, as well as a progress update with respect to the implementation of those recommendations. Madam Chair, I'm aware that trustees have had this report for some time, and in light of that, as well as the timing, I will give a very, very brief overview of the report and then leave time for questions and discussion. Madam Chair, the annual report presents data from the 22-23 school year, and I think it's critically important whenever we talk about this type of data that we do so in a way which affirms the TDSB's strong commitments to truth and reconciliation, to human rights, to equity, and to anti-oppression. This data should never be taken up in ways which problematize, which stigmatize, and reinforce harmful stereotypes about individual students or groups of students. Because we know that student discipline processes contribute to differentiated outcomes for students. This data must be used to interrupt systemic and individual biases which exist in student discipline processes and contribute to academic streaming of students. Having said that, Madam Chair, and to be more specific, the data in this report, 22-23, is compared to data from the 2018-2019 school year specifically because it was the last full school year that was not impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. And while the trend in both suspensions and expulsions with respect to 2018 and 2019 show a downward trajectory, I think it is important to note the fact, as outlined on page 64 of the report, which says that while the number of suspensions and expulsions in 22-23 dropped in comparison to 2018-2019, the number of incidents requiring intervention from the Caring and Safe Schools team increased in the 22-23 school year relative to the 3 previous school years which were impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. To move specifically into the report and to highlight a couple of the findings on page 66, Madam Chair, it's important to note that there were no suspensions issued to students in junior kindergarten, senior kindergarten, and grade 1, which is significant, and a small number in grade 2 and 3, which fell into the category of mandatory suspensions as outlined in the Education Act. And it is important to highlight that suspensions of students in the primary grades is done only as a last resort when there is no other course of action which is typically available. I think it's also important to note, Madam Chair, on page 67, that 22% of suspensions happened during structured learning time, and all other suspensions occurred outside of that. Madam Chair, there continues to be significant concern with respect to data on page 71, which shows us an ongoing overrepresentation of students with special education needs being suspended. Madam Chair, I do think it's important to draw attention to the fact that in 2022-2023, we experienced the lowest rate for the years where the data was both valid and reliable. And in that case, I'm excluding 2020, 2021 because of the impact of the pandemic, where less than half of the students suspended had special education needs. And we are working towards this being the beginning of the small type of incremental change which is characteristic of larger systemic change. Madam Chair, when we look at the data with respect to students' ethno-racial background, the data on page 74, we see that Black students continue to be suspended at a rate which is 2.5 times their representation in the population. It is also important to note, Madam Chair, that even before 2018-2019, that number was approximately 40%. And you can see that based on the data that we have before us, the rate of 24.8% is the lowest that has ever been achieved in TDSB, and we continue to work with intense focus on reducing that number further. Having said that, you see an uptick with respect to students who identify as Middle Eastern and South Asian being represented at higher rates than they have previously. Madam Chair, the Caring and Safe Schools report tells us the what. The second appendix in this package, the update on the collaborative approach to school and community safety, is what we're doing about it. This is the package, Madam Chair, which gives us data with respect to the number of violent incidents in TDSB schools. I think it's important to draw from the definition on page 84 that these numbers indicate the number of students that were involved in violent incidents rather than specifically the number of incidents. So one incident could mean that there are 10 specific students who are a part of this specific data.
Huh? He didn't say anything special.
Those online, please mute.
Madam Chair, we've updated, similar to what we did last year, the number for the 23-24 school year. And while we experienced a significant uptick in the number of incidents in 22-23, that number is trending down this year. It is very important to note, Madam Chair, as we've done in the past, that the increase in the number of violent incidents corresponds very closely with data from the Toronto Police Service for youth between the ages of 12 and 17. And the numbers of incidents in the city of Toronto have also surged. And this is an indicator and correlates strongly with the argument that we've made that issues of community violence will find their way into schools. Madam Chair, the report also shows the significant amount of work that has been done to address the issue of school and community violence, especially in the areas of additional staff and the investments that this board has made in additional staff, in training for all staff across the board, in programs and partnerships, and in terms of data and technology. The last section, Madam Chair, speaks to the significant progress that staff is directing towards the recommendations that have been given to us by the external consultant team. Madam Chair, I'd like to wrap up my comments this evening by once again stating, as we have many times before here in this room and outside of it, that creating safer schools for all students is the collective work of many, both internally and externally. To that end, I want to thank the incredible work that the research team does to produce this report on an annual basis. There's no other one like it that I've seen. The departments across this entire school board respond to issues of caring and safe schools from the Office of the Director of Education on down. They're on call 365 days a year, 24/7. Our partners at the City of Toronto, and Scott McKean has been here every single time that we've had this report on the agenda, and he's back, and I appreciate it more than you know. We have a relationship with the City of Toronto, which is working in ways that we've never had before, and we're deeply grateful for that. And finally, to the incredible team of about 150 or so people who work directly in caring and safe schools. I know many of them are still watching because my phone is going off literally as we speak. They're an incredible group of professionals who work under the most challenging circumstances to support students and families. I want to tell them tonight how much I appreciate everything they do and thank them on all of our behalfs. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back over to you, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Executive Superintendent Spiroboulos. I have Trustee Lee on the speakers list first.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I want to appreciate once again staff for doing this, making this report. Now, I just have to, I have to be, I think, a little bit upfront and honest with everyone here. When I first became a trustee, a group of parents, some administrators, and some teachers, and this was, I think, over 6 years ago, pulled me aside and said, James, how we are going about caring and safe schools is not helping. There were concerns raised to me that said central office is quotaing suspensions as a key performance indicator, saying that lower number of suspensions equate to safer schools and better schools. Administrators have told me in private that what they're being asked to do is ineffective because the tactics that they're being required to take do not remove the problem, and it doesn't make the situation better. It just makes us report on the suspensions less. And every consecutive caring and safe school report have came to say, hey, we're working on the number of suspensions. But, you know, parents, teachers, administrators have continued to tell me privately that this isn't actually changing what's going on in schools. And today we just saw a report that says violent incidences is rising. And I appreciate our executive superintendent, Spropoulos, who said that this is, you know, in line or corresponding with the increases in incidents in society. But I just want to make a correlation between this and society. You know, we have seen a lot of news reports, and we have even seen our governments, both the, you know, those party governments that are in power and the parties in opposition, say that a lot of our current societal issues with crime has to do with low levels of repercussions. And governments, when it comes to certain crime, is actually working actively to increase the level of repercussions for certain crimes because they identified that as one of the causes. So I guess my question back to all of our staff members is, if I'm hearing all of these things being said to me privately because they're scared to, you know, our staff members are scared to come out in public and say it. And, you know, we have been doing this for many years and we're not seeing the numbers go down. When are we going to look at how we're doing caring and safe schools, how we're only reporting on suspension numbers and trying to use that as a KPI? When are we going to change course from that and try something else?
Thank you. Could staff respond?
So I'll turn it to Executive Superintendent Spropoulos.
So thank you very much for the question, and through you, Madam Chair. It's an excellent question, and it's a question that is part of the conversations that we have on an ongoing basis in Caring and Safe Schools. And part of the question is, part of the discussion centers around what are the primary elements that will change a student's behavior? And I want to say just right off the top, there is no one on the Caring and Safe Schools team that I am aware of that has walked into a school and directed or advised principals not to suspend students. In fact, there is within the Education Act very clear direction in Section 310 that when certain behaviors occur, they are mandatory suspensions. But here's what's important to look at in terms of our board and with respect to our overarching commitments that we've made to human rights and to equity, because attending school is a human right. And when you take away a child's right to attend school through a suspension, there are a series of outcomes that follow that. And what we look at specifically, the reason suspensions have gone down in TDSB through the chair is because we've reduced the number of discretionary suspensions. Because our philosophy will be, at this point in time, that we will do everything else to support a student and work to improve behavior rather than pressing that suspension button. Because for us, that's the equivalent of creating a record on a child. And our data is very clear that the minute you press that suspension button, you change the trajectory of a child's academic pathway. You reduce that child's opportunity to graduate significantly. And our data has been very clear-cut on that. So our work in Caring and Safe Schools, and especially with respect to student discipline, will continue to focus when behaviors are discretionary with respect to suspension, that we will look for all other alternatives before we change what could happen to a child. But we will always, and we will firmly be consistent with the Education Act when behaviors are a part of what the ministry directs us in terms of a mandatory suspension.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, on mandatory suspensions, do we have statistics on what proportion of mandatory suspension makes it to a trustee hearing committee and gets overturned?
Through you, Madam Chair, the page 77 of the agenda, and this was introduced last year, I think trustees may remember that we worked very closely with the Director of Education and trustees to create a different format for this report than had ever been brought forward. And one of the things that was added was the information on suspensions and expulsion appeals, and the data that was asked for by the trustee, Madam Chair, is in the page shaded blue.
I appreciate that, but sorry, I would like to hear from the executive superintendent on what that specific percentage is.
So you can see that in the first section, the number of appeals filed were 116 in the 22-23 school year with respect to suspensions. And with respect to the number of expulsions, there were 50.
But what percentage is overturned?
So you can see that where the recommendation for expulsion was upheld, there were 14 or 28%. The number that were rejected were 7 and 14%, not upheld by the committee. And the number which were withdrawn because we continued to work with families before we get to the appeal were 29 or 58%. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. And to explain, sorry, I should have explained myself better. A lot of our public don't read the report as as detail. I wanted to make sure that we said that here. So, and the reason why I'm saying this is this. I mean, I don't think the community is asking for suspensions. I think what the community is telling me is that whatever it is that we're doing right now is creating a culture where a lot of administrators are feel powerless towards students who are probably not doing the right thing, and that a lot of administrators feel very pressured by the trustee committees who overthrow a lot of their recommendations, which they usually work so hard to come to a conclusion for. So I guess my question for the executive superintendent is, what can we do different to make this better? Or are we saying that we're perfect?
That's an excellent question. And our work will continue to focus through you, Madam Chair, on creating positive school climates in ways that are productive, that are inclusive and supportive of all students. And the key to that for us is continuing to work with principals to show them how. And the work of our team, the Caring and Safe Schools team, there's been conversations about what we look for when we bring people on board in Caring and Safe Schools. And I'll say this, the most important characteristic of the leaders in Caring and Safe Schools is that they're outstanding teachers, they're outstanding mentors, and they're outstanding coaches. And when we see the data with respect to suspensions and expulsions, that helps us to get into the right conversations with the right administrators to influence positive school climate in more productive ways that are less about disciplining students and more about working with students to create the types of places where all students can flourish and be engaged to the extent where we mitigate against behaviors which may result in discipline. That will continue to be on our focus.
Executive Superintendent, I appreciate that, but I feel like that's the direction that you have been telling us that we have been doing, for the past many years. Are you saying that the central direction is now perfect and there's nothing that we should be doing to change it?
I'm absolutely not. I'm saying that each and every day through the chair, we work to get better in the work that we do. And what that means to us, what getting better means is, again, to create school climate. We know what mitigates against behavior which leads to student discipline proceedings. It's where students feel they belong, where students feel like they see themselves, where students feel like they have a voice, and where they feel valued, but where they also know that there are standards with respect to behavior, and if they fail to meet those standards, then there will be discipline. But that discipline will come as a resort, especially in terms of suspensions and expulsions, way at the bottom of our menu of options, as opposed to the very top. We know through research that's been done over long periods of time that removing kids from school settings through a suspension is not the way to impact behavior for the better. And, I think it's important to also note that part of our responsibility is to create the conditions where the conversations that principals are having aren't happening in secret. I think one of the important things to come out of this line of questioning this evening is if trustees are getting this information sort of off to the side, what does our team have to do differently as part of what the trustee mentioned, Madam Chair, to create the conditions where principals can come to us instead of having a sidebar to express how they really feel? What do we have to take away from nights like tonight and keep moving forward on an ongoing basis so that principals come to us and say, you know what, Jim, this is where we really need to improve. We feel like we're not empowered and we can't even suspend students if they step past the line. How can we fix this? I think that also has to be taken up because the trustee raised an excellent point about the sidebar conversations.
Through you, Madam Chair, I just feel like the principals feel helpless, right? Just because, and I think they're scared of the central office because even with my questions tonight, I think every solution, I appreciate your solution and your answers, Executive Superintendent, but every answer has been surrounding how the schools themselves can do better, right? I've asked the same question in 3 different ways to say, how can we do better centrally? but I think every answer came to me to say, this is what the schools can do. That's better. So what I'm taking away from
Thank
this is
you,
that this
Trustee
topic.
Lee. My
Yeah.
apologies, your time has
Can I come
expired.
back? Thank you.
We need a motion to extend time. Moved by Trustee Dawson, seconded by Trustee King. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries. The next person on the speakers list, Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question would be, through you, I want to ask staff, why is this report so delayed? I've been asking for this report 3 times. As I recall, last October, last December, and this January. So as I understand, this report is really for last year. So what's the delay? Almost a year now. And if you look at the number, there are astonishing numbers. 407 cases. That's a 44% more than pre-pandemic number. So what happened? What's the delay, by the way? Thank you.
Thank you. If staff could respond.
So I'd ask Executive Superintendent Spropoulos to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Director, and through the Chair. Madam Chair, I think it's important to note that these reports arrive at the board table through a process. And it's a process which is consistent with the board calendar. With all due respect, I don't think staff can be expected to produce reports based on individual phone calls or communications that happened outside of the board process, which is in place. This report was always intended to arrive at around this time of year. I will say this through you, Madam Chair, that yes, we have experienced delays with respect to having it land on June 18th. It was originally scheduled to be brought in May. I will also say that with respect to the data, and I will acknowledge this right up front, we had significant and ongoing conversations with the Office of the Auditor General of Ontario with respect to this information and making sure that we were reporting it appropriately. And we needed to be very diligent with respect to what we were reporting to the public to ensure its accuracy. So I hope that helps to clarify how and why the report landed where it did, when it did. Not, and in no way, please, I don't want that to be an indication of we were ever trying to be dodgy or to hide anything and not be transparent with respect to this information. We have always produced this report and offered it up in an open and transparent way, which could invite conversation and critique and criticism.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Executive Superintendent Jim Spropoulos. When you talk about process, let's talk about process. I have a question regarding the reporting process. Can you take me through the reporting process for our school violence from school level to the board level, then Ministry of Education? When did you report that total case to Ministry of Education? I understand Auditor General is ongoing process. So why is always a back and forth reporting different numbers? I just don't get it. Is that reporting so difficult? What's the total process? Thank you.
So through you, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to very briefly go through the process. Page 83 of the agenda very clearly outlines, continued on page 84, the 7 specific reasons which constitute violent incidents. When an incident like this occurs in one of our schools, there is a reporting process through the Caring and Safe Schools database. That process is supported by centrally assigned staff in Caring and Safe Schools. Those numbers that are reported into our database then get picked up through an annual reporting process through ONSYS, which is the Ontario Student Information System, and our numbers are then forwarded to the ministry. So incident occurs, it's documented, It's entered into the portal. The most significant part of all of that, of course, is the work that goes on with the child and everyone who is involved in these violent incidents, because each one of those 407 is a significant story. And then at that point, that data is picked up and reported through the ministry.
So when did you finalize your report for last year to ministry?
So typically what happens is we would clean up our numbers through the fall, and we would report our numbers to ANSYS at the beginning of the following calendar year as we clean up our data. And what I mean by that is that there are incidents that we typically go through each and every one of these incidents to make sure that it fits the criteria so that the numbers reported to ANSYS are accurate. And this obviously involves a process that includes all of our staff.
So, Madam Chair, does ministry enforce hard deadline for reporting those data? If there is a hard deadline, what's the deadline?
Through the chair, I think that we have never received, and at least in my time in Caring and Safe Schools, which is quite a few years now. I won't say how many because I don't want to date myself, but we haven't had feedback from the ministry where they say to us, hurry up and get going, we need your data.
Sorry, I didn't get an answer, Madam Chair. So you said there's no deadline for ministry report for us to report on the ANSYS system? There's no deadline?
So how I answered the question was that we typically report our data on when our data is ready to be inputted, and we have never received negative feedback from the ministry, which says to us, you're late, TDSB, hurry up. So I'm working under the assumption that I haven't worked with a specific date that says September 1st or November 2nd or October 6th. We have reported our data to ANSYS in a consistent manner, which the ministry has never come back to us on and said, we're doing things incorrectly, or the way that we're doing things is unacceptable. We have met our commitments with respect to ANSYS.
Okay, so when did you report last year data on ANSYS?
Last year was an exception to the rule because we were working very closely with the Office of the Auditor General of Ontario with respect to our historic data going back to 2012 and 2013. I'm not going to speak about the specifics of what happened during that process, but there were many things that we had to contemplate with respect to our reporting and our numbers. That's why last year was significantly more delayed than any other year in my experience. But again, we have communicated through our Caring and Safe Schools data point folks what is happening with the ministry so that they have an understanding of why the delay was occurring.
Oh, so Madam Chair, I still don't understand why the delay, a significant delay. I'm asking very simple questions. When did you report all the data for last year on the ANSYS system?
Our data was significantly delayed, and we are still in conversations with ANSYS about reporting our data through you, Madam Chair, because it is important to tie up the details and the advice that we have gotten from the Office of the Auditor General of Ontario, who we continue to work with. That has impacted our ability to report, and we have been very clear with ANSYS about why. Let me put it in a nutshell. We haven't reported because we've been engaged in work which impacts the numbers. We want to report accurate numbers. Our delay has been explained to ANSYS.
Okay, so as I understand is because of communication with Auditor General, and so we're being back and forth. So what's the really issue here? The data is not accurate, or is the information not accurate? Or is it incomplete?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair, I think that is part of the information that will come out when information related to the review becomes public, and I really don't think that it is appropriate to delve into those details at this meeting and at this point in time. Those recommendations and that work that is that has been undertaken by the Auditor General of Ontario is still in progress, and I don't think it would be appropriate for me to comment on the specifics of those conversations at this point in time.
So in general, in the past years, like without the Auditor General report, what's normally timeline we're reporting the last year data?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Chair, I think I've answered this question, but let me just refer to it again, that what we do is we clean our data up through the fall, because again, we look at each one of these cases individually, and typically we report at the beginning of the new calendar year on violent incidents from the previous school year. So typically, for the 23-24 school year, we will be reporting in January of 25.
So you're saying is like in January 25, we should get that data for this year, right? Correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. I'm going to move on to my next question. I have a lot of questions. If I don't ask all of them all, I hope trustee can bear with me, don't call questions. So I have a lot of questions to ask. The thing is, safety is my biggest concern for our school. And last year we had the most violent year. Even you look at this year's number, even though it's coming down, but it's not very pleasing either. So we're on track to have 318 cases. That's still 10% higher than pre-pandemic. Okay, so I want to ask, through Madam Chair, to the director, why is this report, provided by staff to PSSC, not the PPC? Because last two report was provided PPC. So more trustee can learn this report. Also, I heard the Madam Director said in the last PPC meeting, May 15, she clearly said that this report, safety report, I think Trustee Hassan asked the question, when's the safety report going to come? I clearly remember Madam Director said it, June 11, next PPC. But why come to PSSC?
Through the chair, at the beginning of the year, when asked about this report, we said it would be tracking to the committee that it originally, for many years, reported to, which was Program and School Services. This was in line with feedback provided by the previous board in 2022 with respect to what the board wanted to see in this particular report that fully aligned with the mandate of the Program and School Services Committee. The report that went forward to Planning and Priorities Committee was the collaborative approach to school safety. There was significant overlap between the collaborative approach to school safety and the Caring and Safe Schools report. With that in mind, we have amalgamated both reports since they deal with the same content. It provides more comprehensive information for trustees and provides a fuller, a more transparent picture to the public. And so it is all contained in one report, and it is now tracking through the committee that has been evaluating this report and taking staff's questions and actions. So we are being consistent with the way in which for decades this report has been presented to the board.
Thank you, Madam Director. Okay, I'm going to move on. Next question, page 66, the bottom graph, paragraph. Police were involved in slightly over 1/4 of the suspension or expulsion.
My apologies, Trustee Pei, your time has expired.
Okay, putting me back, the least. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. Can you share, you shared that the relationship with the city has been helpful, and can you share how so, and a little bit of, and how that collaboration has been beneficial for students and families?
So thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair. I'll say, just as a starting point, this issue could never be solved by one entity, not one school board, not one organization. We've said that we need collaboration among all levels of government, and one of the most important ones for us is obviously the City of Toronto. Let me say that the relationship had to be built on a foundational framework of shared principles, which this board passed in connection to SafeTO. So for us, those were the guiding principles that would be able to move our work forward. The second commitment that I believe the city made, and I'm going to ask Mr. McKean to come forward and speak to it here as well, was the creation of a shared office, which had a crossover of staff. System Principal Candon Carey has been working in the SafeTO office to act as a bridge between the two organizations under Mr. McKean's leadership. The same is true of a staff member who has recently been hired in to work along with Mr. McKean from our data department. That office also has membership from Toronto Community Housing, the Toronto Police Service, as well as different entities such as the TTC. That type of collaborative work is ongoing. The specifics of that work are outlined in the collaborative approach to school and community safety on page 89. We thought that it would be worthy to, as part of the update to this report, to include an entire section. And from page 89 up until page 93, the specifics of that working relationship are outlined. Happy to go further through Mr. McKean if the trustee deems it necessary, Madam Chair.
Well, good. I'll pivot. Thank you. But I do thank the gentleman for the efforts of his team and his department to collaborate with us and to ultimately the reduction and how to be supportive in challenging situations and to how to work to prevent them. And so we appreciate your efforts and those of your team. Thank you. I was a little concerned. This board, well, not this board, the previous board, I guess, 3-4 years ago, had changed the length of time that reports that suspension records sat on students' records for the specific rationale of trying to eliminate the connection between a student being suspended and that directly relating to a decrease in the likelihood that they would graduate. We wanted that to be less of a badge of dishonor that they had to wear throughout their academic career, and we hoped that it would be a recognizing a momentary lack of judgment and not a lack of character and be a burden going forward. So I'm a little concerned that we're still making that connection. Through the chair.
Through the chair, in response to the elements of a suspension which impact a student's trajectory, I believe that one element is this. And what this element removes is a hard copy in a paper file. And while that's useful, when a school administrator or a teacher goes in to see a student's record, and I believe it has impacted us tremendously. And one of the things that we didn't do in response to Trustee McLean's question, Madam Chair, is last year we gave an update on the actual numbers that had been expunged, and it was into the thousands. In fact, we were worried that we expunged so many it was going to crash our database. And I can say that when students and families who were getting those letters were getting back to us, it was pure joy because they feel like a label had been removed. But there are remnants within a school and within school communities that label a child as bad. And having been suspended isn't something that just lives on a piece of paper. It lives as a part of how a child moves through a school each and every day. And those elements continue to linger. So while we've removed one part of a badge of, I think it was called a badge of dishonor, Madam Chair, there's still elements that remain. And I think that's part of what we have to continue to address on an ongoing basis. So again, if a student has made a mistake, that we always make them feel like there's a pathway back and there is a road to something better, especially with respect to graduation. What will be very interesting to collate is how, in light of the decision that trustees made, graduation rates are impacted, but we typically don't know that until about 5 years down the road. So that update's coming for sure. Someone will bring it here.
Okay, thank you, and again through the chair. But I would also hope that when we suspend a student and we tell them it will sit on their record for a year, that they understand that they made a poor choice. The point of the exercise was to emphasize the fact that they meant a poor choice. They were hopefully to learn for it, and that it was a temporary thing. It wasn't designed, the act itself of suspending is not designed to be a permanent mechanism of dishonor that they're expected to carry, and that they realize what we're really trying to do is disrupt a pattern of poor choices, having them learn from the poor choice and make better choices moving forward. My clock's now running, so which is I'm thoroughly in favor of, but I suspect I have colleagues that would take some exception to that. I'm going to go a little bit where Trustee Lee went anecdotally, but my conversations haven't been as much with principals as they've been with teachers. And they tell me that the pandemic, coming out of the pandemic, was a really challenging thing for all our students, and we all recognize the challenge that our students faced. And what resulted was a lack of, for a continued period of time, they lacked the discipline that being in our classrooms created. From the beginning, we teach students the appropriate actions in our classroom. We talk about character and a kindness and a way to treat each other and to be respectful for everyone in. And the 2 years being isolated, some of those skills eroded a little bit. And when they came back into the classroom, they didn't have all of the skills that they left with. And then when they came back, we realized that this had been a difficult time for them, so we tried to cut them some slack and give them some time to run back up. But what I have teachers share with me is that what resulted from that is a different standard that we have in our classrooms. And they have difficulty trying to recreate the norms of what was in their classrooms. They share with me that that has a lot to do with some of the teacher burnout we hear about and the absenteeism that...
Apologies, Trustee McLean, your time has expired.
So we go, so just so I'm clear, we go from the point of not running my clock to running it and not telling me. Okay.
There for everyone to see.
And I'm not going to, okay. Thank you.
Okay, we need a motion to extend. Moved by Trustee Dawson, seconded by... Need a seconder? Seconded by Trustee King. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That carries. The next speaker is Trustee Earhart.
Thank you very much. I hope everybody can hear me there. So I have a few questions, and I just want to thank staff very much for this report. I'm going to start just asking about de-escalation training, where I know we've heard about de-escalation training before, just wondering where it fits in the report, if it's part of restorative practices or another area, and hoping for more information. Thank you.
Executive Superintendent Spropos.
Thank you, Associate Director, and through the chair. That's an excellent question. Madam Chair, I think it's important to point out that the information that is presented in the report, the collaborative approach report with respect to training, presents information on learning that is led by the Caring and Safe Schools team. But we know, as I mentioned previously, that no one group can carry the ball on all of this work. And here's where I really need to shout out the incredible work that's been done by our special education team. And I think there's more to say about special education if we happen to get a question. But under the leadership of Nandy Palmer, the special education team, working collaboratively with the Occupational Health and Safety Office, provide mandatory training in de-escalation for any staff member in TDSB who works with a student that has a safety plan. I want to repeat that. Any staff working with a student who has a safety plan is having mandatory de-escalation training. The principal of a school can also put forward the names of any staff members to also participate in that training, should the principal feel it's beneficial to a school. Every single professional development day, there has been an offering of de-escalation training that is offered to support staff and others in TDSB. I would be happy to include those numbers in a subsequent update, but de-escalation training is critically important to the work that is done, and it is happening and it is being delivered by other areas of the board, which Caring and Safe Schools is proud to be working in close collaboration with.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate the answer and would be grateful for more information if it's easy to put together in a Trustees Weekly, otherwise in the next iteration of this report or others. I'm going to take you up on what I heard there around students with special needs. And I see that I see that Nandy Palmer is in the meeting, and I'm grateful as we're at 11:30, as I am very keen to hear anything that could be shared around students with special needs being overrepresented.
Yes.
And just what that means, and with respect, oh, sorry, did someone want to speak up?
Through the chair, I think Executive Superintendent Spropos would like for you to complete your question, and then he'll respond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just wondering what, if we're able to break that down further, what we know. I heard reference made to interrupting, and I'd be very interested to hear what efforts are being made and what more we can about this area of work. Thanks very much.
So thank you, and through the chair. I'm grateful for the question on special education because we didn't have a chance to talk a lot about it in the intro, but I will say this. I would say that one of the most stubborn and challenging issues that we're confronting right now in this specific area is the overrepresentation of students that have exceptionalities. And while we recognize the fact that most recently there's been a drop of below 50% for the first time with respect to this data, and again, a small incremental change, which is often characteristic of the beginning of systemic change, that move I do not believe has happened by accident, and I want to tell you why specifically I believe that. More than ever before, Caring and Safe Schools is working with staff in special education to address specific issues involving specific students who have exceptionalities. We're sitting at the table more often than we have ever done before. Aside from the increasing collaboration, special education, again, under the leadership of System Superintendent Palmer, has invested a great deal of time, resources into the training of principals and superintendents of education around how mitigating and other factors weave their way into student discipline proceedings. And this feeds into the response to the second part of the question. Yes, we absolutely do have the ability to disaggregate, and we do so in each and every case because each student has their own story, their own journey, and their own lived experience. And the person to support a deeper understanding of those who influence student discipline decisions are people who have expertise with respect to special education and how mitigating and other factors influence behavior. Using this data to inform our training, we are making more informed decisions, and I believe coming up with more appropriate responses to student discipline rather than suspensions and expulsions. I hope that helps answer the question.
It does to me, thank you. I might dive in a little more, as mention was made, to exceptionalities under the province. And this is an area where lack of provincial funding and school-based supports, lack of provincial funding for school-based supports has been flagged in the past. Also, lack of provincial funding for community supports for these students as well. So I'm wondering if I could also hear to what's needed to create the supportive environment for these students in particular. And thank you.
I think it's creating that supportive type of environment is the most critical part of creating a positive school climate. And when we look at the numbers, we know that the suspension rate in TDSB is about 1.5%, which means there are about 3,500 students who are suspended annually. I'm going to even drill down even further and go, let's take the number of violent incidents in 2022, 2023. That number is 407. The Caring and Safe School teams working as closely as possible with professional support services, child and youth workers, social workers, and others know each and every one of those students by name. Our very best work comes when we create a circle of care around those children and young people and use the training that we have in trauma-informed practice to support them during the times when they've made decisions that have impacted their lives. Those types of resources have been difficult to maintain. I know the people around this room know that because you've grappled with those specific decisions for many, many months. Not having as many adults in school buildings to support students with exceptionalities, not just in relation to caring and safe schools, but in day-to-day work, will definitely have an impact. And if we hope to have any chance of reducing the numbers of special education identified students in our data, the path to doing it is with more caring adults in buildings who are specifically trained to deal with their needs.
Thank you. I have one more question in this area, if helpful, through the chair. Is it helpful, is the data available, and would it be helpful to identify which provincially recognized exceptionalities are sort of included or potentially overrepresented within the suspension data? Would that be a helpful thing to bring forward, recognizing that there may be stigma? And so if we have the information and helpful, I would love to learn, and thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. I believe Dr. Cameron is on the line. And I think it's important to draw on his expertise very briefly with respect to this important question, because Dave knows this, this work, as many of you know, exceptionally well. So Dr. Cameron?
Through the chair. Thank you, Executive Officer Spropoulos, and good evening, everybody. Yeah, we do have that information, Trustee Earhart. You could probably guess that behavior is a big one. In terms, it's roughly around a third of IPRCs. Now, remember the special education students with special education needs, the 50% or just below 50% that Executive Officer Spropoulos has mentioned is both IEPs without an IPRC, which is around 65%-ish, and IPRCs exceptionalities, which is around 30%. Way overrepresented by behavior. Oftentimes, behavior is also an IEP can be brought forward through a suspension in terms of behavior too. So those two tend to go hand in hand sometimes. So that's an overrepresentation. LD and MD and MID are the other two. And less so, so around 10%, 8%, between 8 and 10% of all students with an MID as an example, or with an LD, will have received one suspension in that population. So overrepresented, yes, but those are the three exceptionalities that are specifically more often inside that pool of 50%.
Okay, thanks very much. I find that very helpful and I appreciate it. I'm also wondering if there's anything instructive in the data when looking at the overrepresentation of students with special needs for suspensions. Anything by grade level, if there's anything there that the data points us to.
The data shows, through the chair, that there has been a shift since 2018-19 comparison. A slight shift, so there's a slight reduction in grades 10 to 12 and a slight increase in grades 6 to 9 in relation to suspension information. Now remember, this is all under like a rate of like, you know, a small rate, like 3% or something, right? So suspensions are very rare in our system in general. And so their indicators they're a complicated indicator in relation to generalizing anything on that subject, but that was noteworthy, was the slight shift in the proportions from between 6 to 9. They've always 6 to 12 has always been more represented in the data, but there's been a slight shift in terms of the intermediate or middle years education.
Okay, thank you very much. I know we're getting very late, so I won't use my time around need for funding and advocacy to the province other than to flag the loss of funding for violence prevention youth engagement programming as of March. I hope other trustees will also be speaking to that tonight. Then there was a flag of the need for increased safety staff. The numbers are abysmal, and also a recommendation for increased ministry supports for mental health, which I appreciated seeing through all of this. I have one last question, and it's about school community safety over school break. Particularly thinking about childcare centers, summer camps, not just TDSB programs, but broader community programs as we're going into summer, and knowing that safety incidents persist at and around schools. Could we get a quick update on any measures taking place in the lead up to this summer? Thanks so much.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair, I know specifically that the question could be coming from a place which connects to communities that have been in very difficult places as a result of incidents that have occurred during traditional break times in schools. And it's important for us to remember that there are partners that take up space in schools outside of the times when schools operate. We are working very closely with the Toronto Police Service. So let me just give a quick overview of what happens when a critical incident occurs in a community. The police go to a communications bank, which identifies schools, daycares, neighboring institutions, which they contact if they can. And when they are able, they make those phone calls to direct those organizations to go either into a hold and secure or a lockdown. They don't always have the resources or the time to be able to do that. And we know from communities that sometimes they end up hearing, sadly, by word of mouth, and that their children out in neighboring playgrounds or in daycares, in playscapes, while dangerous activity is happening. What we have taken the initiative to do is work very closely with the Toronto Police Service to circulate to all principals before the summer break an update of all the tenants who will be in school buildings, along with their communication information, their contact information. So should a catastrophic incident or an incident which is of concern happen in a neighborhood over the summer months, Toronto Police has updated current information on who they can call to ensure that the proper protocols are put into place. We made that commitment to the Early Years Community Advisory Committee at an earlier meeting, and we will live up to that commitment as we approach the summer months. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I really appreciate that response and that effort going into the summer, and also appreciate all of the other responses and information. Thanks again. That's it from me.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Trustee Dawson.
Excuse me. Thank you, through the chair. I wonder, do we collect any data on the suspension appeals in terms of race-based data? Through the chair.
So thank you for the question, and through the chair, we don't collect it specifically in ways that we've been able to tabulate it. We can absolutely be in touch with Mr. Nortes, who oversees those processes at the board, to find out more about the possibilities, if that is of interest. And I would be happy to pursue that if that is the will of the board. I think it's, as I reflect on it, that may be important information to have, but we haven't collected it per se in ways that has been circulated amongst the staff.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
you.
I would be interested, and we'll follow up.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Trustee Lee.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I just want to continue on my previous line of, I guess,
Could you speak up,
inquiries
please?
to
We can
staff.
hardly hear you. Please speak into your microphone.
I will do that now. Okay, I just wanted to continue our previous line of inquiries to staff on what to do next. And I really appreciate the executive superintendent for explaining to me what he believes are the right next steps. But I can't help to realize that every next step that's been recommended have to do with what the schools should be doing, right? I guess I'm back to my old question is, we're telling the principals not to make any discretionary suspensions, a child, and then we're also removing records of a child who has been suspended earlier, which means, in our current strategy of escalating ramifications for, making a mistake, that child may not be disciplined as severely because the record disappeared earlier. So with all of those, if a principal feels helpless because they can't discipline the child, they're worried that we're tracking a KPI that will, get them a hand slap if they do something wrong. And I'm looking at, page 79 of the report in the blue section that says only a very, only every time we make a decision, one in three times when we have to make a decision, we actually reject the recommendations by staff. What do our schools do? Sorry, that's a question for staff. Can you stop my clock? Thank you.
Through Executive Superintendent Spropoulos.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that question through the chair. So I hate to use a cliche, but I'm going to say the parents send us the best that they have. And our job is to work with the students that we have. And never in my time, whether it's been as a school administrator for over 10 years, and I know that others share the sentiments because that's why the board moved in the direction that they did, have I seen a school suspend themselves into a safer and more welcoming place. I just haven't seen it. I think creating a culture of high expectations and accountability can be achieved in different ways, and it continues to be incumbent upon us to support principals to know how to do that in each and every school. The opposite of that is we know who suspensions impact. Increasing suspensions will continue to impact the students that our data tells us continue to be overrepresented in these statistics. When we set high expectations and we support students to achieve them, it creates the type of positive school climate that we strive to have in each and every school. We have not said to principals, I'm going to reiterate, do not suspend and do not do it when there are discretionary reasons. We have conversations which intend to remove the automaticity and the bias that often goes into these decisions, which we have seen historically in this board, and which we have been given direction on many years ago by the Ontario Human Rights Tribunal, which created this report to begin with. Suspensions impact students who hold certain identities more deeply than others, and it is incumbent upon us, based on our commitments to equity and human rights, to use with removing a student from school only with great, great care, and as I said, typically as a last resort.
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for the answer, but it's not working. Our number of violent incidents is increasing. I appreciate that. I fully bought into this line of thought when I first became a trustee because I thought it made sense, but the data is telling me otherwise. In fact, as the largest educator in Toronto, the fact that youth violent incidents in Toronto is increasing, could that be linked to our policy and our tactics as well? Because we're not educating our kids in being responsible for their actions? Are we actually having a wider negative impact on the city as a whole through what we have been doing in the past 6 years? We're tracking a KPI on ramifications, and we're also telling our principals and our administrators to not discipline. But the result, I'm okay if the results are going the right way, but they're not. What do we do with the results? Through Madam Chair to staff.
Thank you. And through the chair, before I turn it over to Executive Superintendent Spropos, I guess I really want to also speak about when it comes to student discipline within our system, part of the key area that we also need to want to focus on is that student achievement piece. Students who are achieving at an academic level tend not to be engaging in behavior that will lead to suspensions. And part of the focus needs to be when students are engaging in behavior that may be challenging or problematic, what are the supports that we're able to put around that particular student in order to ensure that they're seeing a level of progress? Because in that progress becomes an individual that becomes more engaged. And part of the challenge that we face is once students start going down a path of being disengaged in school, then we also see students engaging in more problematic type of behavior. The carrot and stick at times becomes being able to demonstrate that there's a caring adult that's engaging with them and building a level of confidence for them so that they are believing that they can change their trajectory and their outcome, and also that they're actually making a connection within the school environment. And that's why Executive Superintendent Spropos is speaking about the environment piece. I'll turn it over to Mr. Spropos.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll turn it over to Associate Director Srisco.
Thank you, Manshu. And if I may, thank you for the question, Trustee Lee. At the heart of, I think what you're asking about is what are we doing as central staff to be supporting fewer suspensions happening in our schools? We certainly are a reflection of society and the challenges that our families are facing, and the very many strategies that we have in place try to get to the heart of that, of closing disproportionate outcomes and differentiating supports. Related to suspensions, I'd like to just share a pedagogical approach that we as central staff are working very, very hard to be influencing the trend data for suspensions, and I think that we're seeing that for students with special education needs. So very intentionally, staff are being present during deliberations for students. And at the heart of that is something we call Know Your Student. And it encourages the creation of a student profile that speaks to the educator about what the student's exceptionality is and what that means for their thinking, their processing about decisions that they're making, and how we can be putting in approaches in the classroom to really specifically teach them better choices to slow down their thinking and build their skills for self-regulation, choice development, knowing when to self-advocate, that they are needing to take a timeout, go find their caring adult, and very likely as well that there are learning needs that need to be paid attention to so that our students are closing gaps in their learning and feeling more successful, having stronger attendance, and so on. So those are some of the pedagogical approaches that we're really intentionally teaching. And that happens in one-on-one conversations when a student is being considered for suspension, and then more intentionally through professional learning that we're developing. So I think that we're starting to see some results for our students with special education needs, and more to come on that. Thank you.
And if through the chair I could just add to that, I hear loud and clear the trustee saying that the approaches that we've taken haven't specifically worked. And I think it's important to consider a point that was made earlier on with respect to what communities are experiencing over the course of the last number of years and the serious challenges that many families are encountering with respect to the level of supports that are available in community, with respect to the rising levels of poverty that is existing in communities, and what the outcomes of that have been in light of the reduction in social services that are available to families. And I think it's important that we continue to be research-driven in our approach. So when we talk about the increase in youth violence as reported by Toronto Police Service, it is clear what the research tells us, and I'll name off the reports: the School Safety Panel report, the School Safety and Engaged Communities report, the Roots of Youth Violence report, the latest research done by Dr. Artavand Izadarad coming out of Wilfrid Laurier University, and after long consultations with former Assistant Deputy Minister in the Youth Justice Ministry and Children in Community and Social Services, David Mitchell, that what happens in community impacts what happens in schools. Our students are not engaging in this type of behavior, Madam Chair, because there is a problem at the lunchroom table typically, or because there is a misunderstanding in the math class. It's problems that often find themselves beginning in community and then make their way into our schools. And I want to just cite a very important piece of information from our own research services. And it's a slide that I know Dr. Cameron uses often. And it says, system indicators related to post-secondary access. And these are the three most important factors which, according to our research, determine whether a student ends up going to post-secondary. The first is high absenteeism. The second is self-contained special education placement. And the third is at least one suspension. I implore you again to connect with the fact that we have to do everything we can before we press that button because of the potential impact on a student's trajectory. As Associate Director Sarisco noted, there are other ways and other processes where students know what our expectations are and what happens when you don't meet them. And we will always address 310 mandatory suspensions in appropriate ways.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I won't press the line of questioning further. I appreciate the staff answering. I just want to say that I am, as much as I appreciate what I just heard from the executive superintendent, I am still deeply concerned by the fact that we believe a student is unsuccessful when they have at least one suspension, and that the fact that a student was suspended because of an action that he or she has taken resulted in the fact that that suspension led to a student not becoming successful rather than what the student actually did. So I hope we will see better results. I trust in the ability of our staff members. I really appreciate everything the team is doing, and I just hope that we are absolutely clear on the difference and the correlation between causation and correlation, and that we don't focus our efforts on minimizing the number of suspension, but instead addressing the root cause that led to that suspension. Right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. We have less than 2 minutes to the end of the meeting. I believe Trustee Chen hasn't spoken. Trustee Chen. Shan.
Sorry. I think since only 1 minute left, I would like to call the question to receive the report.
Do I have a seconder? Trustee Dawson? All in favor? Aye? Any opposed? That carries. The main motion to receive the report. A mover and a seconder.
Shan.
Ernest Lin.
Moved by Trustee Shan, seconded by Trustee Chernos Lin. All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? And that carries. We have 1 minute. There's a motion arising. And it looks like we're not going to get to it. It is now midnight. I need a motion to adjourn. Mover and a seconder. Trustee Shan.
Ernest Lin.
Trustee Chernos Lin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you all. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Take care, Stuart.